I don't expect her to mispronounce gauging again or gouging again. I don't expect her to make any of those mistakes. She might be a little bit stiff. We'll see. She might be great. We'll see. And I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. In the meantime, please don't forget, head over to the Food for the Poor banner at the top of HughHewitt.com, because while you're investing in candidates, while you're watching this, some people are just trying to get rice and beans, trying to find water, and Food for the Poor does that. The Give Life banner is at the top of HughHewitt.com. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Dwayne. Coming up, Mike Gallagher on many of these great radio stations and on the Salem News Channel. Thank you for watching and listening today. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
The Hugh Hewitt Show is now available on TV. Go to salemnewschannel.com or download the app. You can also watch on Roku and Fire Stick. Salem News Channel, the antidote to the mainstream media.
Absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, this is Hugh Hewitt for BestHotGrill.com. Solaire infrared tailgate grills heat up to searing hot temperatures in only 3 minutes and grill food fast, so you have more time to enjoy the pregame festivities. USA-made Solaire infrared will make you the master of the tailgater with the juiciest, most flavorful food in the parking lot or the backyard. Learn more about Solaire infrared grills from their unique try before you buy demo program at BestHotGrills.com. That's BestHotGrills.com. BestHotGrill.com.
Hi, Eric here with Ultimate Tax Group. If you owe back taxes to the IRS or state, personal or business, my team and I want to help you take your freedom back. Call Ultimate Tax Group at 888-505-1099. We will stop or prevent bank levies or wage garnishments. We care and fight for our clients. Call us today, 888-505-1099. UltimateTaxGroup.com.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-TERM-LIFE. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. Democrats convened their political convention this week in Chicago, the same city where Democrats met for the most volatile political convention of all time in 1968. However, that wasn't the last time Democrats convened in Chicago. In 1996, a pop cultural phenomenon consumed the Democratic convention. Delegates nominated former President Bill Clinton for a second term, but they gyrated nightly to the Macarena. The Macarena spent 3.5 months at the top of the Billboard charts, one of the longest runs in history, and was the #1 song for 1996. President Clinton handily defeated Bob Dole that fall. Democrats hope their 2024 convention yields some of that same electoral success as 1996, but it's unclear if they'll have the Macarena. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
A potential threat on the campaign trail. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Sheriff's officials in Cochise County, Arizona, say they're searching for a man accused of threatening to kill former President Trump, who's visiting that county today on the southern U.S. border.
Fox News Digital reporting that the intended target was Trump, and the intended day was, in fact, today.
Fox's Alicia Acuna in Cochise County. The suspect, 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servood, has outstanding warrants in Arizona and Wisconsin on previous charges, including DUI and failing to register as a sex offender. The Trump event, though, going on as scheduled near a section of border wall.
We had the best numbers ever, and we had him lost largely because of the wall and also because the Mexican military helped us.
The former president blaming Vice President Kamala Harris for record illegal immigration during the Biden administration and predicting mass amnesty if she's elected president.
We have a Marxist that's running, and I don't think you can let her. This country is not ready for a Marxist president.
The Harris campaign blames Trump for the failure of a bipartisan border control bill and says she would sign it. Tonight, the Democratic National Convention wraps up with Harris accepting the party's nomination.
We do expect to hear more about her personal background. We expect her to contrast herself against her opponent, former President Donald Trump. But her website does not have a policy page, and so far she's only laid out her economic policy.
Fox Business's Madison Allworth in Chicago. The U.S. Supreme Court rejecting a Republican push to block more than 40,000 voters in Arizona. However, the ruling revives part of a voter law that requires proof of citizenship to register to vote. A sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow down 177 points at the bell. That's off session lows, though. The NASDAQ, a bigger loser, dropping about 300 points. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a combat veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
And fired police officer in Memphis is expected to change his plea to guilty in the killing of Tyree Nichols.
He was the man beaten to death by 5 Memphis police officers after he fled on foot from a traffic stop in January of last year. Another officer, Desmond Mills Jr., pled guilty in November to excessive use of force and obstruction charges in exchange for prosecutors recommending a 15-year federal prison sentence. 3 other former cops still face federal charges for violating Nichols' civil rights. All 5 are also awaiting trial on state murder charges.
Fox's Jack Callahan. Court documents show former officer Emmett Martin is due in federal court tomorrow. An ex-sheriff's deputy in South Carolina now faces charges in the death of an unarmed suspect.
Ex-Florence County Deputy Trayvon Jonathan Sellers faces voluntary manslaughter and assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature. Last May, Sellers chased a suspect near the town of Florence. When the suspect ran into a home, Sellers followed, ordering his police dog to attack. The dog mauled a homeowner who was not involved. Sellers shot the suspect, William Rankin, 5 times, killing him. Rankin was not armed. Sellers was placed on leave, but later fired for an unrelated domestic violence incident. Convictions could mean up to 30 years on manslaughter and as much as 20 years for assault and battery. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Police in eastern Pakistan say at least 11 officers are dead after an ambush by bandits armed with guns and rocket-propelled grenades attacking a police convoy on patrol to target robbers in the region. Recapping the sell-off on Wall Street, the Dow dropping 177 points, the NASDAQ down 299, ahead of a speech tomorrow from the Fed chief. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
Disco Fever will be be in full swing at Circle K's 7th Annual Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival on September 28 at the Regal Royal Laguna Guam Resort. Sample from an impressive selection of far-out beers and whiskey while rocking your most righteous 70s outfit. Boogie down to Rad Entertainment and get a chance to win $1,300 in cash prizes. Early bird tickets are available now until August 31st. Purchase from any Circle K location or online at craftbeerfestguam.com. Join us for a groovy night that will be totally out of sight.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Today and Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Friday, August 23. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A minimum security inmate briefly escaped from DOC on Wednesday. 39-year-old Bernard Joel Meno Muña walked out of the prison compound during a routine head count just before 6 o'clock that morning after the lone correctional officer on duty unlocked gates for inmate work details. Muña left the compound, passing the visitors center unnoticed. He was later spotted at a bus stop on Derry Road just outside the prison. DOC's Special Operations Response Team quickly apprehended Muña and returned him to custody. Meanwhile, the jury is deliberating in the criminal sexual conduct case against Johnny Nicholas Santos. He faces multiple charges involving 2 minors known to him. In court yesterday, defense attorney Peter Santos argued that the government failed to meet its burden of proof, emphasizing the lack of physical evidence and eyewitnesses. He suggested alternative explanations, including the possibility of a dream or another perpetrator. Prosecuting attorney Christine Tenorio countered that the victim's testimony alone was sufficient to establish guilt. She reminded the jury that under Guam law, corroborating evidence is not required in such cases. Santos could face up to 93 years in prison if convicted. We'll have more news after this.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
GWA may face an additional $9.6 million in costs this fiscal year due to a significant increase in water rates by the Navy. GWA General Manager Miguel Bordallo informed the CCU that Navy rates have more than doubled in recent quarters. Bordallo plans to provide a breakdown of the necessary rate increases for GWA customers to cover the additional costs. CCU Commissioner Simon Sanchez noted the rate hike of 120% in just 4 months and suggested possible actions, including raising sewage rates for the military. GWA's 5-year plan includes projects aimed at reducing reliance on Navy water. And GWA has announced scheduled road closures for this morning across various locations for sewage manhole inspections. The closure will affect several areas, including the northbound lane near Agate Bay Dollar Store from 9 to 9:30, 10th Street in Hagåtña from 10 to 10:30, and 9th Street from 11 to 11:30. Additional closures will occur near the Agana Pool, Alupang Beach Tower, and Palisan Victorias Road in Tumon. For more details, contact GWA Dispatch by email at alerts@guamwaterworks.org or call 646-4211. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I might get around to doing the weather. I'm kind of busy right now. I'm looking up a couple of things. Number one thing I'm going to look up is, well, no, I've already got the AI stuff. I've made AI pictures this morning of Chamorro girls enjoying coffee and listening to the radio.
This is why I came to work.
It's
Look
my
at their
soul.
old school
It's my
radio.
yeah. I know. It's my sole reason for living anymore. Is just trying to sort out. You know what different trucks I can come up with for
Her dad is in the military,
Right,
but her
right.
mom's from Guam.
Right, works over at at Adelup.
Yes.
Working over at Adelup.
She's doing a good job.
I think so, Real Joe. She made sure that Lulian Guerrero and the rest of the team made it all the way to Chicago for the Olympics. No, I'm sorry. It was what are they doing? Democratic National Convention is what they've got out there. I'm just trying to imagine what it looks like there where you are. Speaking of Governor Lillian Guerrero, there she is. And I don't know, she's chatty as hell this morning. She sent me a couple of WhatsApps, pictures of her with this guy. You recognize him?
No, I don't, man.
I'm trying to figure out what television show he's from. She says, Governor Lillian Guerrero says, that is, quote now, the next VP of the USA and my friend, Tim Walz. There we go. And you can tell there.
He's a friend of mine.
She's got her forehead right there in the crook of his neck. That's a sensitive spot.
Bring it in tight.
Hug it in.
Oh my God.
Hug it out, guys. Hug it out. So we got all that going on.
Morning, Governor.
All right, so I'm checking with the coffee wife here, asking if there's pumpkin spice already, and the answer is not yet. Soon. It's got to happen soon.
Thank you for that.
Because the word that I'm getting here is that the Starbucks across the country, effective today, August the 22nd, it might be the earliest they've ever started putting pumpkin spice in their coffee drinks. August the 22nd is when that's happening, and that is today.
I've been waiting
about like a week-ish early. Because doesn't it usually start in September?
That's a good question. I'll find out here in just a second. Hold on. Normally, it depends. In 2014, they started serving pumpkin spice stuff on September the 1st. 2015, it was as late as September the 8th. Last year, it was it was maybe, I don't know, so later in the month of August. Maybe like next week or so, but August 22nd.
Just hold on, hang in there.
Is the start. For some
hang
people,
in there, everybody.
For some people, it's the beginning of the holiday season. The Filipinos, on the other hand, will be waiting for another, I don't know, week or so before it gets to be September 1st, and then they'll start playing the Harry Connick Best of Christmas series virtually everywhere that people have got ears.
Anyways, Harry Connick has a Christmas album?
Almost positive Harry Connick Jr. has
got a box set.
Oh, because I usually listen to Andy Williams.
It's a holiday box set.
Yeah. Well, I mean, doesn't everybody have a Christmas?
I don't know.
There's a thought going through my head right now.
How dare you say Christmas, Rick?
There's a thought that's going through my head right now. We ought to have the morning show. We ought to have a morning show Christmas carols.
That would be nice.
Yeah. And you know anybody can sing some, play them on the piano, and lay down the tracks?
No.
We'll change out all the words. It'll be fun. We'll put Chamorro words for body parts in there.
Count me in. I'm here anyways.
Gotcha. Partly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. South-southeast winds 5 to 13 miles an hour. Expect some scattered showers today. Isolated showers are going to be in the forecast tonight. Partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Slight winds 5 to 9 miles an hour, becoming calm after midnight. So I'm thinking partly sunny today. Highs near 87. I'm not going to say grill marks, but I'm going to say this might be the closest thing that we get to grill marks. Wait, hold on. Weather forecast for tomorrow says mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Calm winds becoming east-southeast about 5 miles an hour. Saturday night, isolated showers. Sunday, partly sunny again with highs near 88 degrees. So maybe grill marks today. For sure, grill marks tomorrow, according to this forecast. With the heat index, it'll feel like 94 degrees. There's a 30% chance of rain. Rip currents and surf hazards. You've changed this around.
Yeah, I did
hazardous
that for
surf.
You, man.
The rip currents and
I moved
hazardous
the furniture
surf.
In Helen Keller's living room.
Thank you so much. Sunrise this morning was at 6:09. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:38. Now, I'm looking at the words going, why does it look backwards? I'm not dyslexic. You are.
I put my shirt on backwards this morning.
I do it all the time, bro. 6:38 for sunset tonight. There it is, news and weather and all kinds of morning show junk together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 summers.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Imagine a place where Guam's homeless find comfort for a night. From the AG who brought you the Protect Yourself and Deport Air initiatives, now comes Project Dignity. A solid meal, a hot shower, a clean bed, a chance to rejoin society. Project Dignity. Work restores dignity. Coming soon to Guam.
Is there a funny word that rhymes with dignity?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I've got to sort it out. Mignity, 6:15 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at IT&D when it comes to keeping you connected to who and what matters the most when it matters the most. IT&E's got your back. Celebrate the refreshed brand. It's all about serving you. Stop by IT&E again, your shopping center and Micronesia Mall. Be one of 150 people to get a free gift. Could have just said gift. Could have just said gift, but no, it's a free gift. Bring the kids for some incredible fun in the kids' corner as well. IT&E connections that matter. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by ABC, APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Almost went Kamala there, bro.
Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Just last minute, as usual, searching through the stacks of paperwork here in front of me, looking for all kinds of stuff to turn into interesting conversation here on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you, and even more thrilled, and maybe a little bit more, I don't know, vanidoso. Maybe I might be a little bit more over the top today, because today is the beginning of the voting for Pika's Best. Right. Yes, it's happening now, ladies and gentlemen.
Tell them what they get, Ray. Tell them what they get, man, if they vote for you.
Make
those promises, man.
The first of the empty promises is already online. It's already online. You can find it at Twitter and the Facebooks and all of the other places where it's important to go and find every little bit and piece that's fun about me. Did I not put it up there? Yes, I did. Okay. No, it's I'm looking at the very first of the empty promises. Hold on. I put it everywhere except right here on the thing.
So I don't recall. When they ask you later, no, I don't recall.
Please don't FOIA me. Don't FOIA me. I don't have that kind of money.
God.
All right, here it is. The first of the empty promises for Ray Gibson making me the candidate here for Pika's Best Radio Personality. The first of the empty promises: schools will open on time. Every time. You know what?
And you can take that to your financial institution.
Apparently, that's not as easy as it sounds. I don't understand. When I was growing up, when I was a kid, didn't seem to be a big, hairy problem for, Department of Education at the time, and all the Catholic schools and the private schools. They just pick a day right after Liberation Parade and say, okay, that's when everybody's going back to school. And they told the bus drivers, and they told the teachers, and they told the parapros, and the cafeteria ladies, and everybody showed up at the same time and the same day. And then bang, the schools.
They showed up.
Schools just, it was magic. It was magic. Somewhere along the way, we've managed to complicate this in such an unbelievable fashion that it is impossible now to get everybody open at the same time. I think there was also an assumption back in those days that the schools were clean and sanitary. Mostly, in my case, because the nuns took care of that. I mean, they're not going to let anybody. They have to go there too, so they were going to make sure that everything was clean.
It was too clean.
You
don't want to touch anything.
Might have been. Yes, there might have been that. Although there was always this interesting smell in the afternoon. But I digress. Ray Gibson for Pika's Best Radio Personality. There will be, good thing I don't have to work tomorrow because I got to come up with some other ones. I was thinking about crazy stuff like Super Bowl Mondays are going to be a holiday. I was thinking about stuff like that. But
you can hire Grock, Ray.
I realized though that even what used to be just the basics, table stakes. table stakes. Now those can become high-flying, soaring, if you will, promises that we make to the constituency around here. So something as simple as opening up the schools on time every time. I mean, that would end up being a political miracle of some kind. So I think I'm going to start with that. And if for no other reason, it's just the number of parents and educators that I'm talking to, the frustrated, not frustrated. In Guamanian, we say it frustrated. And I think it has a little bit more of unction when you say it like that. I don't know, man. I'm so frustrated with the schools. I talked to a parent yesterday, and I said, okay, your kids go to this school. That means that you've got to go to that school to go and get the food. And the eye rolling, Joe, the eye rolling was it was spectacular. And in fact, KUAM was there yesterday at one of the schools and got an earful from somebody's grandparent who, that'll make an interesting story. We'll tell you that one a little bit later on. Anyway, and while you're voting, what you want to do here is you go to the website. It's picasbestofguam.guampdn.com, and I didn't have to sign in. I think the system remembered my credentials from the nomination period. Anyway, so I didn't have to do that. What you'll want to do is just you can type in, you can search and radio, and the two categories that I'm most interested in will pop right up for Pika's Best Radio Personality and the point, of course, for Pika's Best Radio Station. So that is my empty promise for today and for everybody that works here at the Point. And my own self, I would really, really, really appreciate the nod, the thank you very much, the vote of confidence that you give us in Pika's Best. I think it helps keep things rolling right along here at the radio station. Real Joe, also, likewise, helps roll things around. 888-8255-888-TALK.
One of your votes feeds Real Joe, and it feeds Donna D.
Yeah, so by all means, reach out and see if there's a vote that you can give to us. And remember that, Real Joe is out there taking care of business in the production side. Donna D is going to do news and headlines for us for most of the rest of the morning, most if not all of the morning. Although at 9:30 or so, we're going to sneak in a newscast from Joan Uggan-Char for us from over at KUAM.
Yes, Joan.
And as I've been fond of doing over the last couple of days, since I have gotten my blue check marks on Twitter and now I have access to Grock, which is their AI kind of assistant. The AI assistant has also put together a couple of minutes worth of more colorful newscast, if you will, for Guam and the region, and I'll give you that one before too much longer. We got all kinds of stuff that's going to be taking place. I will also sort out what's going on in a couple of other things. I'm amused because there are more stories floating around. Now, yesterday, I treated you to the story about Guam showing up for the Democratic National Convention. And the program was based on, passing the mic around to all the different states and territories that were represented at the DNC. And there were, every state or territory put together a playlist with a song. It started with a song that was, reminiscent of the town or it had the state's name in it or something like that. And when they got around to Guam, our state song was Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. And I think we really missed the shot because it went from that story that I told you about yesterday, and now it's been picked up by all kinds of other people that there was this state-specific song during the roll call. Selections range pretty straightforward stuff like Alabama choosing Sweet Home Alabama to the inventive and surprising, most notably, Lil Jon performing a mashup of his songs, Turned Down for What and Get Low on behalf of the Georgia delegation because Lil Jon is actually from Georgia. And so I'm trying to sort out why it is that we got, and I probably should ask Lillian Guerrero because she's on my she's dipping into my DMs today, why they chose Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. Now, I'm not willing to give this up. I want to find a reason, and I'm sure there isn't really one, but I'm gonna take a deep dive into the lyrics of Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter.
Take it apart, man.
Maybe there might be a clue in that one.
Send her this emoji, Ray.
I don't. What is it?
Why?
Somebody explain it to me. Where was Tony Babauta? For God's sake,
Where was Tony?
Don't try. He's a Duenas guy. Didn't know jack about music. All right, what have I got? There's another one. Where's the picture that I took a second ago? There it is. It's a screen cap. This is the last of the NFL preseasons.
Oh, man.
I know. But so there's football today. Thankfully for us, the football doesn't start until 10. Which means we're not going to lose. Yeah, we're not going to lose half of our audience at 8:30.
My fantasy football would fail, man, if I didn't pay attention.
Right. So it's the Colts and Bengals at 10 o'clock this morning. Later on today, actually in about 20 minutes after that kicks off, it's going to be the Bears and the Chiefs. And tomorrow, Real Joe, the first opportunity for us true believing San Francisco 49er fans.
Wow, gold-blooded.
Yeah, but San Francisco 49ers going to be taking on the Raiders tomorrow at noon. And if there was ever an excuse,
this is our year, dude.
If there was ever an excuse for daytime drinking, that might be it right there. Sigel, what a great way to end the preseason, watching the San Francisco 49ers kick Raiders' butt. Anyway, so is there a lot in the table of contents today? No, I think I might have just run through it.
Stop telling the truth.
We'll spend the next 3.5 hours just basically riffing on what I've already riffed on here. No, I'm sure we'll be able to find all kinds of interesting and juicy stuff. If you've got any interesting / juicy, by all means, write it up in the Facebook Live, write it up in the YouTube Live, and we'll see if we can address some of your kind of requests for a Ray riff on something as we get closer and closer to it. Anyway, 6:26 in the morning. We got to start off with what do I want to call these people here? Delegates. These convention delegates here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
I want to go to Ukadu and FBLG because they are going to begin double sessions today, according to one of the newscasts that we've got our hands on. You suppose they've got that
double session?
That was another thing. And one of my teacher friends was complaining about. Well, it could be anything, right? But just a lack of people in the schools. It was one of those, like, she walks in, there's the students, there's the teachers. Where is everybody else? Where's all of the people that handle car line, watch the gate to make sure nobody's sneaking in and doing all of presenting a possibility for some kind of mischief, if you will, in the schools. So hopefully that gets all taken care of. And remind me a little bit later on. We're also going to spend some time with Les Carlson, right?
Yes,
Les
sir.
going to be calling in.
Less is more.
I don't know that it is the rock that they're going to break themselves on over at the legislature. There's a conversation about the budget and the Office of Homelessness Prevention, Homelessness and Poverty Prevention. I know it's kind of a mouthful, and there were some funding requests that were made by Adelup, but it doesn't look like the guys over at the legislature are going to be picking that up. One other thing is, if at all possible, please try not to show Donna D any pictures of the Western fence lizard. Apparently there was
Is it big?
Western fence. I don't know.
Is it on Guam?
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't make any difference. It's some kind of a
small,
new lizard,
yeah.
and apparently it has a painful bite, according to Chris Rosario. That's what Chris Rosario told
what?
KUAM. The new reptile introduction can have a significant impact on native fauna. He also notes
it's here.
Their bites are pretty painful.
Come on, man!
Get rid of it! My gosh!
Get the cats. Find
My
the cats.
sister will kill it.
I'm sorry. I see live lizards in the house.
I'm gonna call the 36 Wing Commander, and we got to deal with this right now. Napalm, cluster bombs.
Bomb them from space.
What are we doing, man?
A bomb from space. Nuke them from space. It's the only way. It's the only way. I remember that. But it's interesting because there's this story. Matsuki did the story about the blue-bellied, what is it, Western fence lizard. And right next to that is a story by Nick Delgado about illegal immigrants found hiding in Urunau. right? I'm going,
Yeah.
what an interesting connection here between the
They brought
blue-bellied
it in their pants,
western
Ray.
fence lizard and the illegal immigrants. Nick Delgado, one note here, my friend. We don't refer to them as illegal immigrants. They're no illegal aliens, and it might not sound like the most progressive and politically correct thing that we're going to put in a headline, but it is the truth. They are alien to this country, and they're sneaking in without as much as a Gweluds and Gwelin coming into our shores.
Aliens like the grays.
Yeah.
Or the yellows.
We got to do something about it anyway. So where was I? We already played the song. 6:30 in the morning at the top of the list on the Facebook side. Looks like Felix Bamba. Buenas noches. I got Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, who wants you to vote for all of the Republicans. Vote for change. Republicans all the way except Fisher. Bandit's online already this morning. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsitsu saying good morning, Ray and the Point team. Half a day. Nice to have you there. Henry Manglotnia, Zanzay B. St. Nicholas, half a day to you. I got Dave Herrera. Herrera says, Biba, #1 team, The Point, Ray Gibson Show. No, let's not take a swipe at any of the other radio stations. Lori with a Y. Duenas is there. The Christine Oliver celebrating a happy Friday. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada. You know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada.
There he is.
And I had the opportunity to see him at the same place I saw you last night.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You saw me last night?
What?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
There's
We bumped into
an
each other.
Instagram-y thing.
Yeah.
Well, we bumped into likewise Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada, and she's still walking around with that little card that says 2 on it because that's where he is on the ballot. So
Just carrying it around.
Yeah, everywhere they go, she's just like, hey, na dos, right there, #2 on the list. So there was there was a sighting of Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada last night over at a kind of a swanky downtown location, and there might be some more of that going on here in the next couple of days. Now that everybody knows where they are on the list, and for those of you that aren't necessarily from Guam and don't understand what's going to be happening next, is everybody that has made it past the primary, which is everybody, will now be going out to their numerous campaign signs that litter the island, but litter in a good way. The island, and start telling they will put their placement number on that. #2 on the ballot for Tony Ada, #1 on the ballot for Jesse Anderson, Lujan, and so on and so on and so on. That's the next thing that's going to be happening in between all of the waves. 6:32 in the morning. Who else we got here? Lori with a Y, Ismail Velez. Oh, there it is. Shaggy. The UN. You had me at UN.
More news with Ismail.
I already want to roll my eyes just seeing the UN for a one world inclusive financial system based on equity. I mean, we do it the old way. Let's base it on merit and hard work, equal opportunity, not equal outcome. That's the way I view the world, and I think you do too. Dave Duenas online. I got Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsitsu saying good morning, Ed and Rico. Which one of us is Ed and which one of us is Rico? It's like Bert and Ernie. I don't know, but it's good to have the Ed and Rico as part of
Welcome to the channel.
Announced family. Jose Martinez says there's nothing funnier than Michelle Obama with 3 mega mansions, private jets, helicopters, and yachts lecturing you on income inequality. Absolutely. Happy Friday. Let's get to the grind. Spelled GRIND, all capital letters. Thank you, Christine, for the inspiration. Let me see. Ismail online. What's that? Vote Lisa Velez. Photography for best photographer in the service category. Let me see. Rico Blancaflor, his caption for the picture of Lou and Tim is Tampon Tim and the Red Queen. Thanks, bud. Keena McCausland in the upper left-hand corner says, happy birthday to my beautiful daughter, Camille Justine. If she's anything like Mom, absolutely gorgeous. Let me see. Mark Mendiola is hanging out. Good morning. I am Mark Mendiola, and I approve this message. More schools opening. Let's go, he says. Yeah. Should have been there last week, though, cuz. Zay Nauta is online. Jigo Jarhead, Brennan Fosto. Let's go, Brother Ray Gibson, and veteran warfighters. A reminder, tonight at the VFW, 7 o'clock, they've got the what is it, Queen of Hearts drawing. Got to be up around $400 or $500 by now in the pot. I mean, it's not like in the thousands, but that'll still solve a couple of problems. Let me see, Patty with an I, Santiago online. Let me see, Rico says almost time to vote for Pika's Best. No, now you can vote now. The polls
are open.
Early voting at Pika's Best. No lines. Buenos Bernard Fausto says, Lori with a wide Duenas. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, saying, good morning, Ray, Donna, Joe, Jerry. Half a day Friday, and we might put in a plug here for Burger King. And they're usually in a bunch of different categories, best drive-through, nicest, whatever's sexiest bartenders. So just kind of look over the thing, and wherever you see Burger King, give them a vote. Bandits there, Andy Terlahi. Brittany Tollefson says, good Friday morning, everyone.
Oh, good morning, Britt.
Brittany found, I haven't had a chance to play with it yet, but she found a thing where it's an image generator where it will take a picture of you and whatever, slogan that you want to put underneath it and make it look like the Obama Hope ones or the Camilla. But
artsy.
None of us want either one of those. Yeah. So, and I'll see if I can share the link with you a little bit later on. Bill Fritton is online. Hoffa and Buenos back on the rock. Just in from Ottertail. Is that the name of the place? It was Ottertail, right?
Yeah, it's Ottertail. Ottertail.
More
That's right.
lakes
it's
than...
not Beavertail.
Wait, now I'm gaslighting myself. Are you sure? Beavertail, Ottertail?
Yeah, it's Ottertail.
It is the most lakes per capita, I guess, the most lakes than anywhere
the wettest
else
place
in the United States of America. There's so much.
So wet.
They almost want to call the thing just all lake. There's like bits and pieces of land there where we've got mom and pop stores and nightclubs and places where people can go and get cowboy hats and buckle belts and cowboy boots. Stephen Blake's online.
Real guy.
William
guy.
William Civillo says, good morning, Guam and the Point family. F. Ramos, Rob Greeno hanging out on this side. Tattoo Shauna Fujikawa Stickles. Looking around for her coffee. And she got chonky?
Yes.
What? I don't know what. You cannot tell me it's a bad thing. I don't know.
Because we don't know. We don't care.
It's. Oh, crap.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, let me see. There's got to be a couple other people hanging out here. Wong, Janice Wong, XC is there. Ken Augustin, Nate Horn. Ismael Velez says they aren't illegal immigrants. They are invasive species. Works out right. Vince Borja online saying good morning as well. There's probably more, but I flipped the screen over and I lost a whole bunch of names. So it's one of those like Etch-a-Sketch features on my iPad. All right, on the YouTube side, got to check the YouTube side, see what people are saying over here. And T. Bennett Lohan Duenas is lurking, making sure that you vote for change, vote for Republicans all the way, except Fisher. J.R. Paris is saying, good morning. Also saying, be safe today. It's Friday. Be safe is always always something that we should be saying to each other. You know what? I like when I hang up the phone with the member of the family, I always go, love you. Or if it's somebody that I, not a member of the family of, or I don't love, we'll just say, hey, dude, be safe or something like that. I want you to be extra safe. Be very, very safe this weekend because we know that the hospitals are full. We earlier in the week had a conversation with Dr. Vince Akimoto, Eric Plinsky from GRMC, where things are so jammed up out there that they've actually taken those outdoor kind of inflatable tent hospitals and they've got that working out there to take care of the overflow. So do whatever you can. I mean, I know there's a bug floating around that is putting people down. They tell me it's a very inconvenient flu. That they're getting their hands on. So just wash your hands a lot and don't touch your face. Don't touch anybody else's face either. Left Guam 99 says, half a day, it's Friday. Tommy Napati saying, good morning, Ray, Joe, Donna D, Carolyn Long over here. Mr. Octo 13 says, buenos Ray, listening from Fort Lauderdale on a wet Thursday afternoon in South Florida. Man, you know what?
Mosquitoes.
We're both though in that flip-flop latitude, bro.
Mosquitoes and alligators.
Just like coming, it's like being on Guam. Sungi Marijuana Guam saying half a day todo. Zoe Kitsu, Vern Bates, MP Ogo on this side saying good morning to all the Point listeners. Our instructions from Lisa Greeno. Your awesomeness. Happy no frowny face Friday. Whoop whoop. Another fun-filled, professional, informative day with the Point. Let's get busy.
Got it.
I got you, baby. We'll get busy. Vern Bates is there. I like the show on Eastern time more than tomorrow time. Too busy here in the morning. for a limited time, while, I don't know, say infrastructure.
Well, supplies last.
Stuff gets taken care of. This program now, you might actually be watching it in the afternoon on KUAM TV 11. Because that's where we are right now. They're running us between 2 and 6 in the afternoons and on KUAM. That may change and go back to the morning. But if you're one of those people that doesn't like to wake up early, but still want to get caught up with whatever it is, it's in my head. That's where you can go and watch it. It's SP Bora online, JW with the Universal Band sign, and then Fisher. JW says TGIF point peeps. No. Frown clowns fried, Ray. Okay, Jack LeMay. Good morning. Reptile dysfunction. They have little blue pills for that. What a world that we live in.
You stop.
Do I need to get the urologist back in from GRMC?
Do.
God, that was a fun conversation. Super lively. I thought the guy was thinking, are we ever going to talk about, I don't know, having to pee in the middle of the night or prostate exams or any of that? No. We spend all that day, an hour worth of conversation about ED because it's important. Pete Apu is there. Roy Henriksen says, here, lizard.
Oh, wow. Morning, Roy.
How does the cat call it?
Yeah.
JW, plenty job offers in Hawaii. Don't go to Hawaii. You can't afford it there. Unless the job offer starts at like $150,000. That's the poverty
You'll be
level.
Living on the streets.
That's the poverty level.
I make $100,000 and I live on the streets.
And looking for, don't see, there's a Bad Boy 671 barbecue. Don't see any Tego Biddies just yet. But I'll keep my eye out for it. Is it me or do all of the artificial intelligence pictures I have, are they all like fans of the Victoria's Secret push-up everything?
Yes.
Just
they
curious.
Know.
It's not a complaint, it's an observation. Anyway, 6:41 in the morning, lots and lots of stuff to get to in the table of contents. Dying, as I say, to find out what it is that's on your mind, and still waiting for Tattoo Shauna to give me a visual representation of what chunky is. Also, could you spell it for me? Because I'm still kind of fuzzy about that. 6:41. Donna D with a look at news and headlines right about now. What's going on? What should I be thinking about?
The Agania Public Library was vandalized overnight by a regular patron. A window was smashed with a rock by a person experiencing homelessness. Another patron witnessed the act and identified the culprit to police. The library director noted the incident could be due to a mental health issue. The library will secure the entrance with shutters and install security cameras. And the National Weather Service reported that Tropical Depression 11W poses no direct threat to Guam or the CNMI. It is moving away and expected to become a tropical storm. No tropical storm watches or warnings are in effect and none are anticipated. The Weather Service will continue issuing public advisories every 6 hours until the system passes. And students at Ukudu High School and FBLG Middle School are returning to in-person classes today. After Ukudu passed their health inspection, GW and Southern are next on the inspection list. GDOE is working to get all schools inspected and reopened by the end of September. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray. Look at that.
What's that? What do you see? Yeah. It's Left Guam 99 sent this up on the meme machine. If you got some interesting pictures that you want to send out,
you know.
797-8255. 797-8255. What? You know what? Because I'm glad that there's an example. What it is, it's a picture of those little tiny resealable bags, and the caption
drug bag.
The police officer says, "Sir, what are those little bags for?" And the guy says, "A little tiny sandwich that goes in the bags."
Those are definitely not chunky.
They're not okay. So it kind of reminds me of, I think every mom and pop still has them, right? Where you can go and buy these little brass screens.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can buy like little bags with like 5 or 6 pipe screens in them. I'm going, what's that for?
Great.
I don't know, but we sell a lot of them, sir. You put it on your Coke or something so that if there's something inside it doesn't wash. I don't know what the heck it's for. And I think the assumption is it's probably for drugs. 6:43 on the Ray Gibson Show. We're going to take a break, find out what's going on in the early morning traffic, and then get back to whatever it is I do around here. Don't move.
It's time to celebrate 30 years of cleaning our coasts and sandy fun. Join us for the Guam International Coastal Cleanup on Saturday, September 21st, starting at 6 a.m. After the cleanup, head on over to Ipao Beach from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the first ever Guam Sandfest 2024. Witness incredible sand sculpting demos, sand sculpting competitions, a variety of food vendors, live music, and fun activities for kids and the entire family. It'll be a sensational day. Register now at sandfestguam.com. FHPIsland.com.
Every Monday at FHP Island Optical is Mystery Monday. Spin the wheel and receive amazing frame discounts up to 15%. Or hit the wild card for $40 off. Seniors, you'll save an extra 5%. Use your optical benefits, some conditions apply. And choose from our store-wide frame selection. Don't miss out on Mystery Mondays, where your new look is just a spin away. FHP Island Optical is located in Tumuning at the Century Plaza. FHP Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
It's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. What's the big deal over at Wendy's? How about this? Your breakfast is waiting for you right now. Great price, too. 2 for $4 breakfast deal for your early morning cravings. Satisfy your hunger and your urges. Choose from sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin. Small seasoned potatoes, medium hot coffee. That's right. Pick 2 for just $4. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. 2 for $4 breakfast deal. That's the one for the traffic, right? That's the one where it's look at the map of Guam and find out where the hot spots are. I don't see any hot spots just yet. Let me refresh this and see if that changes. Oh, boy, does it. We got all kinds of traffic headed north up to Anderson Air Force Base at this time. Looks like it's going slow from about the village, maybe up through Matagwak until you finally get to the gate. Expect some delays through there. You're going to find some southbound traffic right around Paris Acres and slowing down over by McDonald's. Even further south, just before you get to Ipaupau, things starting to busy up. Looks like that Woostig intersection might be running a little bit slower than normal today. Kind of ugly on the Ukadu side, but they're just now opening up for their split session, their double session at Ukadu today, so expect some delays. If you're on that section of Route 3, you're going to find a little bit more as you make your way towards Marine Corps Drive. Nothing major at 1 and 3. Tiny bit of intersection traffic through there. We've got a tiny bit of traffic intersection at the Micronesia Mall all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Nothing crazy just yet, but I'm as things get busier, I think we're going to start to see more traffic over by Rev and Tax and that construction area. All right, southbound Micronesia Mall intersection through Upper Tumon into Tumuni. You're going to find some traffic. Sorry, I need to tell you about this, but you are definitely going to find some traffic as you make your way towards the Kmart intersection, and must be something going on over at John F. Kennedy High School, right? Oh, yeah, school's back in session. You'll also see some traffic over at Donkey Village. Anything else that you need to worry about? Central Guam, no, nothing major. Route 8 is starting to get busy. Route 4 already busy in some of the usual spots. And it's going to get busy over at the Cost You Less intersection. Somebody wrote in yesterday, I didn't realize it, but apparently that green light only lets like 3 or 4 cars go. And
yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and so here's what's going to happen. It's going to be 6 or 7 that are going to be running the red light, and that's going to slow things down for everybody else on the cross streets. So somebody needs to go out there and fix that. When you guys did the corrections on Route 15 through the Village Dairy Road, there's a lot more cars that are using that right now. So we got to go from the 1979 version of that light to something that's a little bit closer to 2025. Southbound into the downtown Agutnia area, nothing crazy. Maybe a little bit of traffic up at Afami, etc. But things are looking good all the way down to Big Navy in Sioux. My God, that was a lot of traffic. 647 on the point.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
It's 6:48 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, and a couple of notes here about your future transportation needs can all be taken care of with a quick trip online to NissanGuam.com of the World Wide Web. Looking for something new? The This Is Summer Sales event continues. Customers can get up to $8,000 cash back during Nissan's This Is Summer Sales event. Incredible rides with great prices on them. The kicks as low as $164 a paycheck versus as low as $143 per paycheck. And don't forget to check the mileage on these things. 30 to 35 miles a gallon, plus up to $8,000 back. Your approved credit is required. Some conditions apply. Find out what they are at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I love this picture of the cat online right now. B-Man Dennis Larson sent it in, chonkers, and it's a cat sitting down on its butt. Hands. That's what I look like when I go to the beach. Why run? Why run when you can rest? All right, and now one of 7978255. That's the meme machine. And can I show you what the latest meme is? I don't even know if they meant to do it. This is a poster, as the parties will do. This is a poster asking you to remember these particular Republican senatorial candidates. I believe that this was put out by the Republican Party of Guam. And there's a picture there of Tony Ada, Frank Blas, Vince Borja, Zoe Brown, Shelley Calvo, Chris Duenas, Vic Gaza, Sean Gumatata, Jesse Lujan, Sabrina Salas Montanani, Bistra Rusanova Mendiola, No Pain, No Gains, is Bill Payne, and Tello Taitagui on this Republican poster. Biba Republican, Bota Republican. Yeah. Who's not there? Who's not in this picture on the screen?
It's not what he said, it's what he didn't say.
Yeah. There's only 13 people on this, but there are 14 that are running under the Republican banner for the 38th Guam legislature. Inquiring minds want to know. Let's see if we can get Tattoo.
God, I'm racking my brain. Who could it be?
I don't know.
How does this happen?
All of these people have hair.
Yeah. Someone's going to get kicked out of the party, man, for missing one.
Isn't there one Republican that doesn't have hair?
Yes.
Why is he there? He's not here. So, yep. It's sponsored by, it says, Evelyn Casil, Treasurer. This is a product of the Republican Party of Guam. And if it's too early for you and you're going, all right, Ray, there's something going on, you're not going to tell me what it is. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things doesn't match. It is a poster. Ask the Republican Party asking for you to vote for all of their Republicans except one. Which one is it? Who's not there? There is no picture of Tom Fisher on this. There is no name of Tom Fisher on this.
There it is.
Question number one. Question number one.
I knew it.
Is maybe they're both question number ones. I don't know. But maybe Tom didn't want his image on that. Maybe it was
his
like,
body,
hey,
his choice.
Maybe somebody called him and said, "Hey, Tom, we're going to put this ad together. Can you send over a picture?" And he's like, "Nah, it's okay. I don't need it. I don't need it. Don't worry about it." So I'm kind of maybe there might be a little bit more to this. So, see if you can find.
So it's not you can't sit with us.
Yeah. Well, maybe it might be. It might also be that. But check out Faisensi Tattoo Sean Gumatauto and see what he's got to say about this glaring omission. I was not going to talk about it originally, but there's a candidate story that's floating around this morning about senators spend public funds on lawsuit involving allegations of crime, including the assault of a process server. And I read the thing this morning, and so what's the drill here is Senator Fisher, Attorney Fisher, FOIA'd something from Tello Taitagui and was ignored, and he's making a big stinking deal about it. And apparently he's now suing her, and she's got to defend herself. And so now we're talking about something close to about $20,000.
Wait, who's paying for that?
Taxpayers.
All right.
Taxpayers are going to pay for that.
We got you.
The money for the defense, the money for the prosecution of the case comes out of the legislature, and so we're this little hissy thing that he's got with Tello is now going to cost us $20,000, or about a third of his the legislative salary.
Wow, that's gonna
She's
hurt, Ray.
I don't know. And then
hurt people.
Then she kind of I don't know, the allegations that there was an assault on the process server. And I'm going, what is this? What is this all about? You can read the thing over at Candid. It's just kind of, for me, disappointing that we're not just wasting time on it, number one, but we're also wasting actual actual money.
Yes, we're getting real value.
With all of the problems. And you're going to say, yeah, but Ray, it's $20,000 and, it's for justice. Could you just, have a conversation in the parking lot and agree to disagree? I'm trying to sort out what the nature of the FOIA request was. We might want to get Tello on this and get to see what she's got to say. Or not, because I don't know how much time I want to waste on what looks like a frivolous piece of legal action where you've got one Republican that's actually suing another Republican. It just doesn't. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he did not make the Republican roll call in this particular ad. 6:54 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255. 888-TALK. That's a telephone number. Looking to see if there's anything else that I need to tell you about. The interesting Great Escape over at the Department of Corrections. And apparently the door was left open. Is that what happened? A door was unsecured. I printed out the magistrate report because I thought it was kind of interesting. There it is, and it's just a one-pager. Says police received a report August 21st of an escaped prisoner at the Department of Corrections. And the escaped prisoner was taken into custody by DOC Special Operations Response Team, their SORT, shortly after his escape. There's not much to do about this, but it will be interesting, the investigation that they've got to do to figure out what exactly happened, how this guy managed to walk out. Post 24 of DOC, sometime between 5:30 in the morning and 9. At the time, there was only one officer, which is a 24. Yeah. Now what's that?
Minimum.
Is that the party?
I think it's minimum security.
It is minimum security. Yeah. And the minimum security housing unit. They only had one guy there watching, which was the minimum number of guards.
I wouldn't know. I never lived there, Ray.
Assigned to post 24. A head count is normally performed every 30 minutes between midnight and 6. Defendant was last seen by Officer Cruz at 5:50 in the morning. As he usually does, Officer Cruz unlocked the back gate to post 24 at 5:55. Then around 6, Officer Cruz is tasked to unlock another gate to permit the inmates to move freely while cleaning up post 24 for their work detail. And this is part of their 24's procedures. Quote, it remains secured for the rest of the day. All of the post-24 inmates, including the defendant, were starting to clean up and get ready for the work detail. Another head count was requested at 6:10 in the morning by Captain Montanonia. Officer Cruz noted one missing person. Oh, just like this picture. There's one missing person. And asked if anybody had been released.
MIA.
Had been released out into the community, and the answer was no. Captain Montanonia then received a report that a registered nurse saw a male individual, later identified as Bernard Joel Meno Munya, walking out of the DOC compound, passing right by the visitation center. They made a check of the area for the defendant and found him
Just act natural.
Yeah, right.
Just act natural.
There's that green bus stop on Derry Road. That's where they found the guy. Montanonia detained the defendant and asked Central Control if anyone had been released, to which the answer was again no. He then requested Cruz to perform the aforementioned head count and requested the assistance of SORT to take the defendant into custody. All of this wrapped up by about 6:12 in the morning. So this has got to be the most disappointing thing when you look at it. So you got somebody who was either put in there because he was a low-level offender or earned his way to post 24, right? The Party Central at the Department of Corrections?
Maybe.
Yes. All right. So one of those two things happened. And now, because he saw some daylight, is probably going to be adding, what's the penalty for?
I think it's like 5 years.
Good.
It's another 5.
Another 5 years.
What's that?
To the
I do that
sentence.
standing on my head.
Yeah, right. You got your boys in there, you're making spaghetti.
Yeah.
You got to cut the garlic real thin.
Kids are growing up
so
all
it just
alone
kind of
outside.
melts.
That's the way to do it.
Right. 6:58 and change. All right, 888-8255, 888-TALK, Meme Machine 797-8255. And the website that you're going to be most interested in visiting today is the Pika's Best of Guam.guampdn.com. Go there and look up radio under categories and then put in a vote there for Ray Gibson for Pika's Best Radio Personality and the point for Pika's Best Radio Station. The empty promises begin now. Well, the empty promises from me begin now. I think there were a number of empty promises that were made already by certain candidates that are running for different positions in the government of Guam. Maybe I'll reach in and see if I can find some of those and see if I can, evolve them to maybe edit them so that they can be seen as my own empty promises. Look, we're closing in on what, 7?
Ow.
In the morning?
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
All right. Coming up in the next hour of the program, obviously, we got another look at Fox News with more glowing words and about a pretty, empty so far Democratic National Convention. I keep waiting to hear things about policy and some of the empty promises that they're making for America. And mostly what I'm hearing is how great it is that Kamala's a woman and black, and how bad Trump is. They haven't actually come out and said anything about what it is that they intend to do in this country in the coming years, should they get the nod from the voters. We'll watch and see what's going to happen. Also, maybe some new word on what RFK Jr. is thinking about. Now, that's going to be interesting. Too bad we won't know maybe until wake-up time tomorrow. At 7, here's the news.
She'll introduce herself to America again. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Vice President Kamala Harris will talk about her biography when she gives her acceptance speech tonight, wrapping up the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
Who she is, who she fights for, and what you're going to see is a person who, as a prosecutor, as an attorney general, took on powerful interests to help middle-class families, people being hurt.
Campaign senior advisor Gene Sperling just telling Fox News lowering the cost of living is a main theme for Harris, also insisting her call to ban price gouging is not the same as price controls. Former President Trump disagrees and says the vice president has been a disaster on border security.
She wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do. But she's the most radical left person who has ever run for high political office in our country's history.
Trump also highlighting migrants accused of crimes, including murder, meeting with families who've lost loved ones during a visit to the southern border in Arizona, where he also called out Democrats for calling a conservative framework known as Project 2025 his proposal.
We have nothing to do with Project 25. They know it, but they bring it up anyway. They bring up every single thing that you can bring up. Every one of them was false.
In the same county Trump was visiting, the sheriff says a manhunt is underway for a man accused of threatening to kill a presidential candidate. Pro-Palestinian protesters hope for their biggest demonstration yet outside the DNC tonight.
The central issue for our protest, the central issue for this week of the DNC, the central issue in the world today is Palestine.
Meantime, the United Auto Workers Union now publicly calling on the Democratic Party to allow a Palestinian-American speaker on stage tonight. America is listening to Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chell in San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Calling all chicken nugget lovers. It's time to get saucy with Wendy's. Their flavor-packed nuggets are freshly tossed and sauced to create 7 mouth-watering combinations of flavor, featuring crispy or spicy chicken nuggets tossed in one of 4 delicious sauces: honey barbecue, garlic parm, buffalo, and spicy ghost pepper. The Wendy's saucy nugs are available in 4, 6, 10, or 20-piece and served with a side of ranch or blue cheese dipping sauce for the next level nug experience. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's saucy nugs.
Trains can roll again in Canada soon, now that the Canadian government is forcing the country's 2 major freight railroads to enter contract arbitration with the Teamsters Union to settle a dispute that had ended up locking out union workers hours ago. That had stopped the trains from running and was also threatening to affect the supply chain in the U.S. A new study suggests nearly 2/3 of supermarket baby foods may not be healthy.
Researchers at the George Institute of Global Health testing over 650 food products marketed for babies and toddlers across 8 retailers, including Walmart, Kroger, and Aldi. finding nearly 60% do not meet nutrition standards set by the World Health Organization, with 25% failing to meet the agency's calorie recommendations, 20% exceeding recommended sodium limits, 44% exceeding sugar recommendations, and 70% not meeting guidance on protein content. The study published in the journal Nutrients does not share specific brands. Researchers calling for better regulation in the U.S. infant and toddler foods market, writing the health of future generations depends on it. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Chick-fil-A apparently wants to cook up a streaming service, said to be working with several producers to create family-friendly shows to stream on its own channel.
The report from Deadline.com says the plan is to emphasize unscripted or reality shows. It may also license and acquire existing shows. The company operates more than 3,000 restaurants across the nation. Besides its popular chicken dishes and waffle fries, it's also known for its Christian ownership, closing its stores on Sundays as well as Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Fox's CJ Papa. On Wall Street, a down day ahead of a big speech by the Fed chief tomorrow. The Dow dropping 177 points, the NASDAQ dropping about 300. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy El Babawi. Together, they specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Hey, party people, are you ready to turn up the volume and get the good times rolling?
The Dugout and Star 101 brings you the Bikini Fest of the Year, presented by Stelstar Productions.
It's time to get your groove on at the Party of the Year.
Join us at the Beach Bar for a night of non-stop fun with live bands, DJs, exclusive vendors and merch, a wet and wild bikini contest, and a night you won't forget.
Get your tickets now and don't miss out on the ultimate party experience. Mark your calendars for September 21st. Doors open at 4 p.m.
Tickets available at Choice Broadcasting or The Dugout.
Let's make this party legendary.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off a day at 7:06, I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A woman identified as Karina Lynn Cruz Barnes was arrested on Tuesday after being stopped by police officers in Dededo. Barnes was riding a moped without a license plate along Route 26 when cops pulled her over. Initially, she gave a false name, Christine Cruz, but later admitted her real identity. When asked if she had anything illegal, Barnes allowed officers to search her bag, where they found meth and drug paraphernalia. She attempted to flee but was quickly apprehended and later confessed that the meth belonged to her and said she ran because she was scared and didn't want to go to jail. Meanwhile, Jonary Marie Regis Cruz pleaded not guilty in Superior Court to charges related to her 3-year-old son's drowning death. Cruz is charged with child abuse, destruction of evidence, and tampering with a witness. The charges stem from her son's death, which occurred after being seen on surveillance footage being drowned by her boyfriend, John Paul Sayama Charfaris. Cruz lied about the circumstances of her son's injury and deleted messages related to the incident. Charfaris faces charges of murder and aggravated assault. He also pleaded not guilty. Both Cruz and Charfaris remain in custody as the investigation continues. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Adelup is pushing to restore funding for the Office of Homelessness Assistance and Poverty Prevention. BBMR Director Lester Carlson expressed disappointment over the removal of OHAP funding from the 2025 budget. Originally, OHAP was allocated $1.06 million, but the administration sought an increase to $1.3 million. The funding was cut due to concerns that it would be used for salaries instead of direct homelessness services. Speaker Teresa Lahi supported reallocating the funds for broader homelessness and addiction services. Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes opposed the cut, arguing it undermines efforts to address homelessness. And GDOE released 2 calendars for the new school year due to staggered start dates. Schools that began on August 15 will follow one calendar, and those who started on August 22 follow another. Due to different start times, 6 parent-teacher conference days were removed from the later starting schools to meet instruction day requirements, but parents can still arrange meetings with teachers by phone or Zoom. Although the calendar does not include 180 instructional days, it meets the legal requirement of 900 hours of classroom instruction. GDOE aims to have students back on their original campuses by the end of September. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Somebody on Facebook Live referring to, what is it, Post 24? That's the pillow fight section, right?
Oh, that's not nice.
9 after 7. There we go on the Ray Gibson Show. I got to put this up on the screen. Alicia Duenas. Did I get all the names right? Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so there's another great sunrise picture, eastern side of the island. You can almost make out, if you stand back a ways, you can see the ring around the sun as it's coming up in the morning, which means victory in November for Trump.
Yes.
That's what that ring around the sun means at sunrise this morning. 10 after 7 o'clock, scattered showers are in the forecast. Partly sunny skies. Daytime highs should be about 87 degrees. South-southeast winds 5 to 13 miles an hour. It's partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Mostly sunny in the forecast for Saturday. So if you're looking for an excuse to ditch the regular Saturday chores and go to the beach, this might be it. You're going to say, but it's going to be hot, Ray. It's going to be like 88 degrees. If you got to be hot at the beach. Tomorrow night, isolated showers and partly cloudy skies. Partly sunny again on Sunday with highs near 88 degrees. And that's the way we're going to end the weekend. Heat index going to feel like 94 degrees, 30% chance of rain. Hazardous surf conditions and rip currents on the waterway, so watch out for that. Sunrise this morning, again, 6:09. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:38. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together right here on The Point.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
BK's new fiery menu now available for a limited time only. The Fiery Bacon Whopper and Fiery Bacon Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are full of heat with creamy fiery sauce, pepper jack cheese, and seasoned fiery bacon. The Fiery Mozzarella Fries and Fiery Chicken Fries available for 8 and 12 pieces. Cool down your fiery flavors with our refreshing Fiery Strawberry and Sprite. Fire your way to BK Tumon Bay, Haggadah, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Home of the new Fiery Menu. You rule. Some big changes going on over at IT&E when it comes to keeping you connected to who and what matters the most when it matters the most. IT&E's got your back, celebrating their refreshed brand. It's all about serving you. Swing by IT&E Agana Shopping Center and the unit that they've got over at the Micronesia Mall to be one of 150 people to get themselves a free IT&E gift. Bring the kids for some fun, too, in the kids' corner at IT&E. Connections that matter. APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Guam Regional Medical City. You know what, Real Joe? They are your healthcare partners.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
as it happens, among the things I like to do when the news is playing, the commercials are on, is take a look. Just go around the horn on the social media and see what people are talking about. And one of them is Beyonce versus Taylor. What? DNC's epic musical smackdown that never was. For days now, there has been rampant speculation among Swifties and Beehivers at the 2024 DNC.
They call that Beehivers?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, like Beyonce, Beehive. There was supposed to be a lot of rumors about a performance. Speculation was rampant. Fans crafting elaborate theories, only to be left with the bitter taste of political speeches without a single surprise from either global pop icon. It seems the only surprise his guest was the sheer disappointment in the air, thick enough to be cut with a policy paper. Talk about a letdown so massive it trended more than the election will itself. So that's at least one of the latest pieces of conversation floating out around about the DNC Democratic National Convention, and none other than our Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. You say what you want to about Democratic politics. Yeah, I know you already will, but she had her brush with greatness and opportunity. There's already pictures of Lou with Kamala, but there is now a picture of Lou with potential Vice President candidate Tim Walz. So congratulations, Governor.
Window to the walls.
On getting your moment of grave. And she got in for the selfie, and then they got then there was like a hug, a Guam, a little bit of half-a-day hug in the sniff. So yesterday I made a big deal about we sniff our people. We sniff our people. Yesterday, made kind of a big deal about the fact that the Democratic National Convention delegates from Guam, instead of picking, a song by, I don't know, a Chamorro person, maybe in Chamorro, to be part of the way the music was done over at the Democratic Convention, they instead chose a song called Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. The first signal from her 6th studio album, short and sweet in the song. She likens herself to the coffee as her partner can't sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find
I got it on repeat now since you talked about it yesterday.
It's all over the place.
Playing it.
Where's it? Where there's a thing on the website. Where's the lyrics to the song? Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's me. Espresso. Move it up, down, left, right. Oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's me. Espresso, yes. Thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. This move it up, move it down. Let's switch it up. Okay, so basically there's the song.
It says a lot about our people.
This
our struggle.
The joyous.
Our history.
Joyous spirit of Inafat Maulik and half a day. I got you. 7:16 in the morning. Cousin Fred's on the radio. Cousin Fred, who's also the guy in charge of the Department of Corrections right now. Buenas, then half a day, cuz. How you doing?
Buenas, half a day. Good morning, Ray.
Quick question. What happened at Post 24? You guys get all the way down to the ground on that?
Yes, we have, I just got back just recently from Nashville in a Correctional Leadership Association conference. And I was briefed that on Wednesday in the morning, I guess this guy is classified as a minimum out inmate. He got magistrated Bernard Muñoz, and I believe, those minimum out inmates are the ones that, they're dropped off over at like the news in the past where they're cleaning up these places at DPW on the highways or, these litter sites. So it's minimum security kind of inmate, and he was slated to be released. I was briefed next year, 2025. He would be
oh my God,
released from this.
So that's one of those positions that you earn your way into from good behavior and not giving the guards a hard time and trying to help out as much as possible, right?
That's right. And sometimes they work in the facility too. They work around, like if they have the skill set when they're going through their training, they can work on like air conditioners or washing machines or stuff like that, so they're prepared. They're really prepared to be released because they're short time, inmates. So I guess he decided to release himself earlier then what he's officially supposed to be released, and he's now going to lose those privileges.
Right? So he loses the privileges. It goes back to Jan Pop, and now you're going to be adding more years to the sentence.
That's right. You know, if he gets convicted, it's escape that he did. You know, so again, and then of course, routine. We launched an internal affairs investigation to just look at again the procedures. You know, of when they did their count and all that stuff. Right. Yeah.
All right, so you got that going on. Everything else okay? What did you learn at this conference in Nashville? Did you come up with any ideas on how to maximize the facilities that you've got right now? Any opportunities to meet with some potential vendors to help build out some new facilities?
Well, you know, this Correctional Leadership Association is, you know, they have their site established at Washington D.C. They can also lobby for, you know, more support from the Fed side, you know, for resources. And one of the things, too, I'm sharing with our public safety partners is that I saw a presentation on this one company, NOAA, and it's led by a former U.S. sea fighter, you know, UFC fighter with some law enforcement, SWAT, and they provided a real good presentation on how corrections officers can use some of their use of force procedures. Plus, one of the individuals there is a psychologist and wrote a book, and you know how to use real good interpersonal communications, and that was very powerful. And then, plus, there were some exchanges among directors there that we talked about our challenges. New York Corrections, they have a program where they use arts for rehabilitation. Where it's not to prepare them to be an actor or an actress or something, right? But they just show them real good life skills. So there's a blend of different sort of information that was shared among all the different directors that we can probably use in our toolbox, you know, for the situation we're all encountering, you know, and everyone has.
No, you got to go in there too, because you're a karate expert. What? Well, no, I'm sorry. I remember one time cousin Fred's mom was with my grandmother complaining because she couldn't keep broomsticks in the house because cousin Freddie would take them, he'd cut them in half and make nunchucks out of them.
Yeah, but you know, cousin Ray, on that arts thing, there's a video, actually a movie coming out, right? They actually made a movie of it on Sing Sing in New York, right in the New York State Sing Sing. So if you ever Google it, check out that movie because I'm going to share it actually. And then of course it was just so. I was there for 4 days, and there's just a lot of good information that was coming out from that conference.
Yeah, some new options for the guys that we've got inside. You know, I'm still a fan of getting these guys certified in all kinds of, you know, high demand jobs, high demand positions, IT, get them certified in that, get them certified in construction, mechanics, and the like. And then as soon as they've got that certification, go back to the courts, have the courts expunge the record, and then these guys might be eligible for some of the higher paying gigs on the other side of the fence. I think that's a strategy. And if something like that was in place, maybe that would have helped out with the guy that walked off the property the other day. I gotta run. I appreciate your time, cousin Fred. We got to get you in the studio one of these days here real soon. Talk about some of the other cool options that are in front of your clients, if you will.
Okay, Ray. So have a good day.
I will. Okay. Cousin Fred, it's at 7:21 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. And we're going to tell it to Tello?
Tell her, man.
Didn't want to spend
tell her everything you've been thinking about.
Too much time on this nonsense with Fisher, Candid News writing now that it looks like something on the order of about $20,000 worth of taxpayer money. It's not government funds. It's not the legislature's money. That's taxpayer money is going to be going to prosecute and defend this FOIA case over at the legislature. Teletaitagui on the line with me. Buenas, Senator. How you doing?
Buenas and Huffaday, and if Fred is still listening, Huffaday Fred. I mean, this guy has a wealth of knowledge, even outside of what he's doing at DOC, which he's doing a great job advocating for funds desperately needed at DOC.
Did you ever gig with him?
With a lot over there.
Did you ever gig with him?
No, but Fred used to come to my gigs all the time. Okay. You know, he was such a great, follower of the band when it was everyone from Jazz Cartel, when I was working with Jazz Cartel, and then when I was working with Tommy, and was another group, Insight. Not Insight.
Well, you've been at so many. I'm sorry. It's got to be tough to remember. You know, we got to do a shout to Roberto Fraccassini. I'm not sure if he's in town, but he was listening yesterday, and so he chimes in every once in a while to say hello. At any rate, 7:23. Not a lot of time here. Jerry Roberts stepping into the door to do the extra point. Can I ask you to give me a ring back in just a little bit?
Yeah, well, no problem.
Okay, let's do that, because I don't want to get the conversation started and then have to stop it just like I did now. Randy Landis online. Felbert is hanging out with us. Louisa Bora says, good morning. Hey, Radiance is in Pika's Best under Best Band. Vote for us. Here's an empty promise. We promise to learn Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso song for the next time they get out there and perform. Appreciate that, Louisa. Bunkers online. Tim and Alan went on a journey to Timbuktu while they were found. They were there. They found 3 women. Oh, wait a second. I don't know if I can read that entire story on the radio.
Wow.
At any rate, Cousin Ted's online, et cetera, et cetera. On the screen right now, just because I was going to point out the Telotaitagui right down there in the bottom of the pile. There's 5 up on top, 5 in the middle, and then 3 down below. But that only comes up to 13. There's 14 senators running under the Republican banner.
I can't count
Tom
that
Fisher's
high,
picture is not in that. Act of omission, act of commission. Some people are saying that's Matapeng. Even if you don't like the guy, he's still a Republican, and you still got to put him in there.
Is he?
Far be it from me to say.
Who am I?
In a land of such fluidity, where it comes to which side of the aisle that you happen to be on, but it is still and all kind of interesting. Jerry Roberts in the studio getting ready for the extra point. Real quick opportunity for us to take a look and see where the markets ended up today. All of the American markets are down. I might have something to do with the lousy job numbers. They were originally good, and now it looks like they were off by about 1 million. And when they were good, there might have been some thinking among the Fed that they might be able to do something about interest rates. And maybe with the new numbers, the correct numbers out, maybe it stalled that thinking. S&P 500 down by 50 points. NASDAQ off by almost 300 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average down by 177. Dark day in the markets. FTSE is up by 4. Almost 5. Nikkei picked up 259, catch up from what they lost the other day. Hang Seng is up by 249, and I got the Shanghai index down by almost 8. The DAX is up by 0.25%. Big movers here on the NASDAQ. Of the 3 of them, I suppose, the biggest loser? No, littlest loser. Advanced Microsystems, NVIDIA Corporation round out the top 5. Illumina, Dexcom, and Moderna are in there. Starbucks still around the bottom, and I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, they've got a new CEO coming in that's supposed to be coming in that's supposed to fix everything. On the commodities, gold off of its record highs, $2,520 for an ounce of gold. I got West Texas crude trading at $72.98. Yesterday it was $71.89, so it looks like my hopes of getting it under 70 by the weekend are going to be dashed. Well, there's still tomorrow. We've got the Japanese yen, 146.22, weaker than it was yesterday. The Philippine peso, 56.53, likewise a hair weaker. And same thing for the South Korean won, trading at $1,341 today. Real Joe is going to hit us up with that Bitcoin number.
60,491. We're down $731.
Is it a dip? Should we buy?
It's a little bit of a dip.
All right, gotcha. And now Jerry Roberts in the studio. We say good morning.
Good morning.
Hail to our returning workshop warrior.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. How'd it go?
Great.
Yeah.
Good time. We had the first 3 workshops.
Mm-hmm.
Stop driving your work is crazy. Admin magic. And yesterday was a generations course.
Very cool.
Oh, I had some bright people in this week. It was really good.
So you're going to do another round of these next week?
Another round. In Your Face is the one I think a lot of people are looking forward to. That's going to be Tuesday. And then Street Smart Networking will be on Wednesday, and we'll finish up with effective one-to-one meetings on Thursday.
The Street Smart Networking, go over that a little bit more with me. What are we talking about doing here? Is it ways that we might be able to...
Face-to-face marketing.
Yeah.
Where you go out, you meet people. It doesn't have to be at networking functions per se, But the idea is that a lot of folks in younger generations have, when they turn to digital everything, sort of left behind the talents of going out and actually meeting people face to face and those types of things.
Yeah,
so
okay.
We bring that back.
I actually saw some of that. Had an opportunity to hang out with some folks from IT&E, and it was one of those things where there were connections that could have been made from among some of the attendees with decision makers over at IT&E, and it's like, hey, I'll get back to you with an email. I'm like, but no, they're right there now. You can go and talk to them at this time and tell them what you need or what it is that you're looking for.
It's a shame because it's a lost art in many cases. I was the worst of the worst. I mean, I've got a story that I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I won't do it now, but I was terrified in meetings. This is way before coming to Guam and being involved in radio and all. I'm an introvert, and I don't like being in a room full of people I don't know.
Impossible for me to conjure that image.
Yeah, I know, and most people can, but that was my reality, and I had to work out of it. It took me a long time to do it. I learned by bumps and bruises, what to do. A couple of people took me under their wing and told me some things that made some sense, and I gradually was able to observe enough to where I could function, and so eventually it got to the point where I understood it and even wrote a book about it.
I remember at a very, very young age hanging out with my Uncle Jim. He was a senator in the legislature, and he'd have these parties at the house all the time. And Phil Flores, cousin, right? Yeah. Relatives. He was always at the party, and he didn't seem to be happy unless he was selling something for Guam Savings and Loan, who eventually became Bank Pacific. But he was always closing. He was always selling, and that was kind of a big inspiration for me to always try to get up and into somebody's face. I'm not crazy about selling and that whole sales process, but I still like to make an impression if I can on somebody who eventually could become an ally to the company.
That's the key, making the impression. Not so much selling at the meeting or at the gathering, but making an impression on somebody and then following up.
Yep, you'll know you met me. It's 7:30 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point here.
Before you do that, if you don't mind me saying, I heard through the grapevine that the real Joe Cruz had said words on the radio that I was no longer needed here.
Oh, you heard about that, huh?
I heard about that.
He did such a great job.
There was a
Jerry.
time. There was a time, boy.
Here we go.
There was a time when I would have been your uncle.
You are my uncle.
You know that, right?
You're still my uncle.
I was in the Scambolari mix for a while there.
You were.
Okay.
God.
So
what a charming man you were.
That cut me to the core, Joe.
So will this conversation here be?
I'm so sorry.
Will this conversation here be part of one of the workshops that's coming up?
Yeah,
and if it was,
in your
would
face.
it be the in your face, the effective one-to-one meetings, or the street smart marketing? Which one of these could this conversation become an anecdote in?
Take your pick.
Jerry Roberts with the Extra Point, now brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
You're the leader of the organization, and you want to lead in such a way that others really do want to follow you. You've studied leadership, and you've gone to conferences to see how the pros really do it, like Live to Lead speaker John Maxwell does it. You imagine yourself to be the leader that your team needs right now. The only trouble is that you're not a charismatic person. Well, now what? Well, we'll get to you and the answer to that question next on the Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
So while charismatic leaders can inspire with big smiles and enthusiasm, getting people fired up, well, not every effective boss fits that mold. For more reserved individuals, leading comes down to what is commonly termed substance over style. Let me give you an example with names changed to protect the non-charismatic. Mark is the owner of a small company. He's committed to the business, yet is socially awkward. Somewhat of a tech nerd, Mark maintains the IT systems, plus has every piece of equipment operational. Now, with an accounting background, he's also handled the company's finances from day one. However, he doesn't spend much time in the classic role of leadership. For that, he has Maria, the first employee he ever hired. Maria is a bubbly woman with a warm smile who began as a salesperson, evolved into the company's office manager as more people were hired, and now fills the leadership gaps that Mark doesn't want to deal with. This is not to say that Mark doesn't understand leadership. He does, and has designed a clear vision and plan for the company's growth. In the weekly staff meetings, he leads the team in discussing results, strategies, and goals in tangible, impactful terms. For all the things that Mark does well, what he doesn't do is act as a cheerleader. That's Maria's territory, and Mark doesn't go there. Besides Maria, Mark has two managers, one for sales and the other for service. He lets them carry the ball with leading their teams and only gets involved when they ask him to. Almost all of the everyday problems and decision-making is handled by the two managers and Maria. This frees Mark up to focus on his work in growing the organization. Mark is the stereotypical old-school owner who is first in the door and the last one to leave. And he has his important bases covered so the company operations remain stable. He is a model for self-awareness, so critical, coming to the conclusion early on that he did a lot better with systems and things than he did with people. And that's why he hired Maria. Self-awareness is that often elusive quality that has us looking in the mirror, being honest about who we are and what we need to do in order to be successful. Research shows that the overwhelming majority of employees trust leaders who are open about their own strengths and weaknesses and who share leadership with others. For reserved leaders, many of them who would be categorized as an introvert, being real and doing what needs to be done matters more than trying to develop an upbeat and outgoing personality. Understanding priorities and enabling others to contribute makes up for any such perceived deficiencies. Mark checks off those boxes well. That's the extra point. If you are one of those kinds of people, if you are an introvert, if you are a leader and you're worrying about how to meld all those things together, and you don't have a Maria yet, you got to find one maybe, but the point is, even with being an introvert, you can still be an effective leader. And that is the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. You're off the hook with giving me 2 rounds of applause. Thank you very much. For 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank.
I think you're
I'm
my
Jerry
dad.
Roberts.
You're possibly my dad. I mean, look at our hair.
Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, chiming in saying, great extra point, Jerry. Jenny Swong says, showing applauding hands, Jerry Roberts. Beautiful Sarita Garin says, believe it or not, I used to be an introvert when I was young, but also welcome back in the studio, Mr. Jerry Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's great to have you back, and we'll next week we'll do the same thing. You'll come in on Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You'll be out at workshops, and then Friday you'll come back in. And so now the next week's workshops, are they sold out?
No, we're getting close on a couple of them. So there's still some seats available, a few seats available for In Your Face. We can do about 35 in the room. We're pretty close to that.
Worst comes to worst, you can take this on the road, right? You can take it to somebody's office?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do those things on the road. If we get enough surge next few days, we may open a second day for In Your Face. We'll see how that goes.
All right.
We've got the dates selected and cleared with the company that has the room. And we'll see how that goes.
All right, a couple of things for you before you leave. Number one, there is a bag of coffee there for you from Jerome.
Oh, thank you, Jerome.
In States.
Such an awesome
It's vegan
guy.
coffee.
Vegan?
Vegan
really?
coffee, by the way, yes. I don't know. It's vegan. And it's plucked from the trees by virgins.
Look at this.
Yeah,
non-meat version.
Yeah. So he thought, he thinks of everything. And then the other thing is, never mind, the hits or misses at the Democratic National Convention. It is, from the parts that I've seen, it's exactly what everybody thought it was going to be. Of course. Except there's a whole lot less, I think, by way of policy and an actual recitation of real achievements by pretty much anybody in the room. But having said that, now was I think the real excitement is going to happen sometime in the next 24 hours. RFK is supposed to be having a presser tomorrow.
If that goes down, then if that goes down, and he has about 4 to 5% right now is what most people think. And in the swing states, that doesn't matter the rest of the country. It matters in 6 states, basically.
Yeah.
He may not be able to bring Michigan. They may be too far gone at this point to the Democrat side. But he could bring Pennsylvania. That would be that's a critical state for everybody right now.
That's why they're there.
Pennsylvania and Georgia, Arizona. I think that throws it back in Trump's corner by a little bit. But maybe I'll talk next week about Trump. He has not run a good campaign at this point.
He seemed to step away from certain parts, and everybody's chasing after him to get back to talk about his policy, and then show the chinks in the armor on the Democrat side and the lack of any real number one real policy for the future, but force them to explain all of the mistakes that they have made in the 4 years that Biden has been the president of the United States and she's been the vice president.
Just talk policy, policy, and the results of your administration and the results of their administration. Never mind where she's from. Never mind her education. Never mind what you don't like about her. Never mind her cackle and all those things. I mean, stay off the personality issues, right? And just talk policy and results.
People want to hear that.
Well, the people who want to hear that are the 200,000 people in the 6 states who actually are going to determine the next president.
And you got to keep
There's only
hammering.
a few of them.
So he's trying to get closer to policy now. He has unveiled his new border crime policy, a 10-year mandatory minimum sentence for anyone guilty of human smuggling, a mandatory life sentence for anybody guilty of child trafficking. And if you're found guilty of sex trafficking, he's calling for the death penalty on that and the death penalty on major drug dealers and traffickers.
That's drawing a line in the sand. Isn't it?
Yeah. Well, considering the millions that have snuck through the border, the southern border, the northern border, and maybe even the ones that are sneaking through here, how do we know those guys aren't setting up some kind of fentanyl link between mainland China and Guam?
Sure.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in the courts. Always fun talking with the 740 in the morning, Jerry Roberts, and the headlines here, and with Donna D being brought to you by Who's That? Is my Pika's Best Burger King, and they've got the fiery menu waiting for you in the drive-thru right about now. A reminder: they were Pika's Best Realty in 2023. Half-a-day Realty asking for your vote starting today to make them the hottest realty for 2024. Make them Pika's Best. Call 588-4232. Talk to Saran, Libby, Auntie Loli, Joe D, and they'll talk to you about your next big real estate opportunity. 741 Donna D with the news. Hava, what's going on?
David Nkunku Jr. and Francis Cruz will have separate trials for the Talafofo shooting of Joshua Taitagui. Nkunku asked to consult with the police detective and is defending himself. Both will return to court on October 21 with trials set for early next year. Cruz also pleaded not guilty to theft charges. Meanwhile, GDOE has reported success with online classes and grab-and-go meals. Ukadu and FBLG have reopened today after passing sanitary inspections. Inspections for other schools are ongoing. The grab-and-go meal program served 195 students requesting home delivery and is supported by $1.7 million in funding through the end of September. And IT&E is rebranding with the new tagline, Connections That Matter. The company is expanding infrastructure in southern Guam and enhancing 5G services. CEO David Gibson noted the fiber rollout and improved capacity. Marketing manager Misaki Toves highlighted new services, including the Family Connect plan for shared data and Beam Plus for high-speed internet. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Oh, my God. You know what I'm getting now? All over the place, and my WhatsApp is going off from all these people going, no, I'm an introvert. No, really, look at me. I'm an introvert. You know, if you have to say you're an introvert, doesn't that kind of make it like you're... I'm just saying, 7:42 in the morning. Now, what is this nonsense about home delivery? Now they're doing home delivery for food for a bunch of students? Really?
Oh, yeah.
Look,
Take a bite.
I'm sorry. I don't feel like driving over to the next school over to go and get my food. Can you just bring it to me? And for 195 people, they're saying yes. These are amazing times that we live in. Where do I get my free food delivery? I want some of that. Does it have to be the Sodexo food? Can I have them swing by? You know what I want? Go to Burger King and go get me one of those fiery Whoppers. Can I get one of those things and then have them over? Bring the thing over to the house. Can we do that?
Anything you want, Ray.
There's a KFC in Tamuning. Can you go over there and get me a bucket and a couple of chicken pot pies?
A bucket of doggins.
Send that over and bring it. The doggins. All right, 7:43. More Ray Gibson Show on the way. Don't move.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes, and in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
The 744 Ray Gibson Show, 888-825-5888-TALK. In addition to me asking you, bugging you about Apika's Best Vote today at the PDN website, I'm also going to remind you that if you follow me on Facebook and a bunch of other places, there is another one of these about 2-minute reels of AI fun. I cannot now. I'm absolutely hooked on going to AI, going to the Grock thing on the AI, and asking them to make pictures. You know, I dream up these prompts every once in a while. I'm going, I wonder what AI would say about that. And so yesterday I was asking about Chamorro princesses, Chamorro warriors, Chamorro girl cops. They're all girls.
Yeah.
Did I do that? Because we were talking
Jerry.
Yesterday. It was Angel Day, and what was it? It was non-cow, non-dairy milk day.
Yeah.
And I thought, give me a picture of a local girl, a Guam girl or a Chamorro girl, dressed up like an angel drinking milk. And that's what came out of it.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, I mean,
you are a prompt king.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. So this morning I was popping up, I wanted to see what it looked like with girls drinking coffee while listening to the radio. And then bang, all of a sudden you get these images that pop up and you fall in love with one of the two girls, maybe both of them while you're watching that. And you press the recycle button on the Grock and it will give you another image of two women drinking coffee, listening to the radio, and you can fall in love with those if you want to. It's just
you could.
It is, yes, you absolutely could.
Can you type in Japanese American
that is
Guam girl?
Text to this.
Yeah, no more than about 6 or 7 words in the prompt.
Really?
Yeah, you can make more. Or you can just deal with what they give you.
I messed around with Midjourney a year or so ago, and prompts had to be long. I mean, it was seriously stuff. You had to explain everything, and it was just it was a horrible experience to go through it.
Make me an image of two Chamorro girls drinking coffee and listening to the radio. That was the entire prompt for that one. Yeah. Anyway, so I was messing around with it yesterday. There's another 2-minute reel that's floating around the internet, and maybe while the news is playing, I'll play it a couple of times for you as well. It is 7:46. We got to jump into traffic. Is that what we're doing now? Okay, traffic on the point. It's on the screen right now where you can see it. Let me just zoom in and see where the heavy stuff is. This is not AI. You are going to run into traffic getting into the day-to-do area. Nothing major on Waisangsong, but Ipaupau is always busy. Now, you are going to meet with a big, longer, and slower line of traffic if you are on Route 3 trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. As usual, slowing down there. Crazy how little traffic there is on Marine Corps Drive because nobody's gotten to the heavy stuff yet. So Micronesia Mall intersection running clear in all directions. You're going to go southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way through Upper Tumon into the Tamuning area. And basically, it's just intersection traffic. 8 8, 10, and 16 busy, looks like, in at least 2 of the 3 directions, coming out of Underlawn Middle School and the Wendy's there. Everybody stop, never mind the road, never mind, just stop into the Wendy's and get that 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Likewise, southbound into 8, 10, and 16 by the Happy Mart area is running slow. You are going to run into traffic in both directions at that section of Route 8. If you're headed into Agana, a little bit of dogging out traffic in some of the usual spots. But the crazy is what we're looking at right now on Route 4. The intersection over at 4 and 10 isn't helping anybody and hasn't for a while. So it'll take you a while to get to past that or get into Ta'i. You're also going to run into slower than normal traffic right now from around Cost You Less, because I'm told it only lets 2 or 3 cars go at a time that late. It's going to slow you down from there all the way into Ordot, all the way into Sinahanya, and you don't get to see any speed until you go down the hill into the downtown Agatna area. Nothing after that. Southbound all the way to Big Navy and Sumai is looking pretty good. At 7:48, there's your traffic on the point.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
7:49, it's the Ray Gibson Show. Pika's Best, 3 years running. That's the radio station. I've been Pika's favorite radio personality for only a year. I'd really like to make it 2, so go to the PDN website and get that vote on. 7:49 in the morning. Les Carlson on the line, and we got into a conversation yesterday, basically on chili dogs and where some of the best chili dogs can be found, like the ones that Evelyn's Hot Dog Stand have for years. Mark Cruz has got a niece that works at the hot dog stand over by the post office, and Lester wrote in yesterday on my WhatsApp that Fizz & Co. has really good chili dogs as well.
Yes, sir. Happy Ray. Happy Guam.
Amigo, is there a family connection that you've got with Fizz & Co., or did you and Amaretta just discover they got really good chili dogs?
My wife works out with Leanne Crisostomo, who runs Fizz & Co., and her husband, Robbie, is Joey Crisostomo's brother. So they collectively run Cars Plus and the Harley-Davidson dealership.
Okay, got you. And so, in addition to them having chili dogs, you can also get a cold beer with that?
Oh, yeah.
Sold.
Wash the Frito corn chips down with.
Oh, all right. I like the idea. 10 away from the top of the hour, and watching for some drama over at the legislature on the budget. Usually, a budget's got the potential for high drama. I don't know to what degree we're hurting for cash. What with the additional money, the additional revenues that are being generated, and what's left over from all of the federal benefits that we have received. But it looks like there's disagreement over money that would fund a program that would see what can be done about taking care of the homeless and preventing poverty in the future. It's this OHAP program. Originally, I'm trying to remember what the original numbers were from the governor's office on how it was going to be funded, but according to the news story that I read this morning from yesterday, they've decided to eliminate that request for funds.
Yes, Ray, and it's very disappointing. As a background to the story, the administration has purchased an apartment building in the area of Chodi,
right,
and we're renovating it. We've also purchased basically a big warehouse behind Royal Bix. And the primary purposes for the apartments are to get families with children off the streets. And the primary purpose of the larger warehouse is like, nighttime comes around, they close the parks down in Tumon.
Mm-hmm.
It gives people a place to go, not hanging out in Tumon, not bothering people, an opportunity for a good night's sleep on a bed, and a meal and a shower if they're so inclined. So we stood all this stuff up without asking the legislature for a penny. We got this all through federal grants. And all we're asking now is for the operational costs to be picked up. So, yes, there's going to be personnel, but the personnel is necessary to manage the two facilities, to ensure things like toilet paper, food, fresh linens, demographics of the people that are utilizing the facilities are taken.
Makes sense.
And there didn't seem to be a lot of support, and I was taken aback by that because we have not ever done anything like this before. We stood up the program, we acquired the facilities, and all we're asking is for local funds to be able to take care of the ongoing operational costs. The big lift has been done. We're just saying, look, I mean, are we going to deal with homeless? Particularly homeless families and vulnerable children. And it doesn't appear that there's an appetite at the Guam legislature to address this situation. And that's very disheartening. I also sent you a list, and I know time is limited today.
It wasn't limited time today. It was when you sent it to me. You sent it to me around bedtime last night, and it was. I did not want to just before I go to bed try to digest all of that stuff, but I did take a look at them this morning.
Yeah, so I sent you an email that we provided to the Guam legislature and a table showing the variations of funding that was in the first budget bill that was circulated. And then the second budget bill resulted in the cultural repository funding being removed in its entirety.
Mm-hmm.
And that cultural repository is a gem. It's up at the University of Guam. It serves a very valuable purpose for chronicling and categorizing remains and other cultural artifacts that come in prior to their ultimate disposition. If they're bodies, then they're chronicled and then given a dignified at a later time at a different place. But we don't have a facility like that. We have now, and it's being run very well. Again, all the heavy lifting was done. The facility was federally funded, and now it's time to take over the operational aspect of it for a very, very good cause. That funding was stricken.
Went from $1.6 million down to nothing. The HVAC system for the GPD's Forensic Crime Lab, that's a $2 million nut on the original version of the budget. That has also been stricken to zero. A note here, my recollection is we used to have a forensic facility, an actual GPD lab, and the reason why it failed and had to get replaced was because it also had HVAC issues, and they simply could not maintain the evidence, critical evidence in a lot of cases, in conditions where we couldn't guarantee the correct environmental stipulations to be able to maintain them. Yeah, so that's $2 million well spent in the name of justice. All right, I hear you. I was kind of wondering if now does that put pressure on you and the administration to find funds elsewhere to offset that? And if you have, what's the source? What's the genesis?
Our discussions with Appropriations Chairman St. Augustine were basically, okay, I will restore funding. I will take care of it later on in the budget. And he has a couple of areas in which he can pull the funding from to be able to address these items. And you and Jerry Roberts, you had a little thing at the end about illegal immigrants and potential, fentanyl routes and other misdoings. But, Ray, amongst the list that I provided to you is, a cut to GPD's trainee recruitment budget, cut to DOC's recruitment budget, and a cut to the fire department's recruitment budget. Now, the fire department is going to onboard 35 new firefighters that went through the whole exercise and are going to graduate. So they're ready for another cycle, and they have a list of eligible candidates. So we don't have to start from scratch. They already have people that are vetted. We just need the funding. But they've cut that funding in half.
Huh. Is there all of a sudden a drive to be that much more conservative with the budget numbers over at the legislature? I mean, it seems to me. What information are you providing them with regards to your expectations for revenue in the new fiscal year?
First version, go to that table that I sent you. All of what we're looking forward to, all of what was contained in the governor's budget request back in January, were in version 1. Somehow or another, version 2, they disappeared. And
so, where are the other variances then? Is there another spreadsheet that you got that shows where there is additional spending that they put in there just for reference?
I think there's been a couple attempts to try to first address the revenues that were already adopted. And like you said earlier, we're not lacking for money. The general fund adopted levels total $994 million. We're on track this fiscal year to collect $1,031 million. So there's nothing that's changing. The military buildup is rocking and rolling. We've got employment opportunities for anybody who wants them. Don Donkey hired like 400 people. We have a very robust service economy, and we'd love to see some improvements in tourism. But all things being equal, where we're at right now, we've never had.
Right. So it is concerning. It is concerning that in a couple of places, all of a sudden we're being frugal. We know we've got a homelessness problem here on Guam, and if we're talking about monies that needs to be set aside so that we can actually operate these facilities, I don't know that I've got a problem with that. I do have problems when we start talking about meddling with things like police activities, forensic labs, and the Department of Corrections. So we've seen that we need more facilities like those here on Guam, not less. Well, I'll keep an eye on things, Les. To tell you what, you got anything else that you want to send me? We'll see if we can line up again on Monday and get the rest of the conversation going.
Thank you very much, Ray. And Guam, have yourself a great weekend.
All right, buddy. I'll get a kiss, Tamara. I'll see you soon. 8 o'clock in the morning. KUSG, I got you. 93.3. Peak is best. 3 years running. Go to GuamPDN.com and make it so we can say that for 4 years now.
The big night. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Vice President Harris set to formally accept the presidential nomination later tonight. One of the things she's focused on during the campaign is lowering prices to help middle-class families.
I do think that there are nefarious actors in crisis who have taken advantage of things, and I think it is worth looking at the fact that profit margins in the beginning of this year were at the highest level in 20 years.
Harris campaign senior advisor Gene Sperling, who also said Harris's plan to ban price gouging is not the same as putting price controls in place. Former President Trump visiting a border town in Arizona this afternoon.
Former President Trump was in Montezuma Pass, Arizona, saying an incomplete part of his wall is one of many spots at the southern border where migrants pour in. He put the blame on his election opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris, whom he said has done nothing about it.
She wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do.
The former president said he plans to stem what he calls a deadly plague of crime by resuming wall construction, should he win in November.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Pentagon Deputy Press Secretary Sabrina Singh warns Yemen's Houthi rebels have started an environmental disaster with their attack on a vessel in the Red Sea that was carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil.
We're going to continue to hold the Houthis accountable. You see us do that. CENTCOM puts out pretty regular updates on when we engage.
The Greek flag ship had a crew of Russian and Philippine sailors. Tropical storm Honea formed in the central Pacific, where forecasters say it may cross near Hawaii's Big Island. Category 3 Hurricane Gilma, also in the Pacific, is not a threat to land. Wall Street, the Dow lost 177, the NASDAQ off 299. America's listening to Fox News.
Wow, Bay Pacific 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Brothers put branches, we place roots. For 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
A police beating of a motorist in Memphis last year.
Fired Memphis police officer Emmett Martin is expected to change his plea to guilty Friday to federal charges in the death of Tyree Nichols. He was the man beaten to death by 5 Memphis police officers after he fled on foot from a traffic stop in January of last year. Another officer, Desmond Mills Jr., pled guilty in November to excessive use of force and obstruction charges in exchange for prosecutors recommending a 15-year federal prison sentence. 3 other former cops still face federal charges for violating Nichols' civil rights. All 5 are also awaiting trial on state murder charges. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
Research suggests nearly 2/3 of supermarket baby food products are unhealthy.
Researchers at the George Institute of Global Health testing over 650 food products marketed for babies and toddlers across 8 retailers, including Walmart, Kroger, and Aldi, finding nearly 60% do not meet nutrition standards set by the World Health Organization, with 25% failing to meet the agency's calorie recommendations, 20% exceeding recommended sodium limits, 44% exceeding sugar recommendations, and 70% not meeting guidance on protein content. The study, published in the journal Nutrients, does not share specific brands. Researchers calling for better regulation in the U.S. infant and toddler foods market, writing the health of future generations depends on it. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
The trailer for the Francis Ford Coppola film Megalopolis has been pulled after it was revealed quotes from critics used in it were fake. A spokesman for Lionsgate has apologized for what it calls an inexcusable error in its vetting process. The film has gotten mixed reviews since its debut at the Cannes Film Festival. Apparently, the quotes were trying to highlight that other Coppola films, like The Godfather and Apocalypse Now, drew negative reviews early on. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Guam's congressional candidates are clashing over the U.S. Navy's recent water rate hike. Democratic candidate Ginger Cruz criticized incumbent Republican Jim Moylan for being AWOL on the issue, arguing he should have fought against the increase, which saw water costs to GWA rise from $6 million to $15 million. Moylan responded by accusing Cruz of lacking legislative experience and said he only recently learned of the rate hike. Moylan has since sought a meeting with the U.S. Assistant Secretary of the Navy to discuss solutions. Both candidates are working on potential measures to address the rate increase and its impact on Guam's investments and infrastructure. Meanwhile, amid ongoing school closures, meal distributions for public school students are underway, but one grandparent is frustrated juggling meal pickups for her grandkids at different schools. She expressed anger over the lack of face-to-face classes and the inconsistency in student learning modes. She also noted the low turnout for meal pickups, questioning why the distribution ends before most parents can collect the food. GDOE confirmed that grab-and-go meals are available for students in online or alternate schedules and are providing home deliveries for 195 students. Inspections for schools, including GW, are ongoing. More news after this.
Every Monday at FHP Island Optical is Mystery Monday. Spin the wheel and receive amazing frame discounts up to 15%. Or hit the wild card for $40 off. Seniors, you'll save an extra 5%. Use your optical benefits, some conditions apply. And choose from our store-wide frame selection. Don't miss out on Mystery Mondays, where your new look is just a spin away. FHP Island Optical is located in Tumuning at the Century Plaza. FHP Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
The Guahan Academy Charter School Board discussed increasing teacher incentive pay due to a $1 million funding lapse that will carry into the fiscal year 2025 budget. CEO Ann Santiago proposed merit-based bonuses similar to last year's. Teachers would receive 50 cents to $2 per hour based on evaluations. Last year, up to $4,000 was possible per teacher, with $160,000 distributed overall. Board member Lou Nicholas emphasized that restructuring pay is crucial to attract qualified personnel. No decision was made as the budget remains unapproved. The board plans to revisit the incentive pay proposal after the budget is finalized by the legislature. And Glorified Sparring 12 returns tonight at 7 o'clock at Steel Athletics, featuring kickboxing, MMA, and jiu-jitsu matches. The entry fee is $25. A portion of the proceeds will benefit the Todu Guam Foundation, a nonprofit providing healthcare services to underserved communities. Glorified Sparring offers a platform for young and less experienced martial artists on Guam to hone their skills in a live setting. Steel Athletics owner J.J. Ambrose believes the event is an excellent opportunity for up-and-coming fighters to prepare for larger promotions like the upcoming Brawl in October. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Or just hanging out in Tumon. You know, just somebody squares off on you, you got some skills. 9 after 8 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. The other athletics that you might want to be interested in, this from the guys over at the Micronesia Mall, calling all middle school basketball players, register now, celebrating back to school with Mall Ball 24. It's a 3-on-3 middle school and high school tournament that is going to take place, first weekend in September 6th through 8th, and then the 13th through the 15th. You can go to the Micronesia Mall and get yourself all hooked up. Just contact the marketing team and ask for Anna Tenorio, the marketing manager over at the Micronesia Mall. She'll point you in the right direction. But if you got kids in middle school and even high school, then get ready for the 3-on-3 basketball tournament. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to swing by there and see that.
Oh, yeah, it's fast, man. It's dynamic.
Extremely. It's also very mindful and demure.
Yeah.
Are you starting to see that? There's some weird trend that's going on, and I'm not sure what it is, but all over the place, people are using it. So I figure I better sneak it in once or twice in the program, so I can sound like I'm hip and edgy and that kind of thing. All right, here's your hip and edgy weather. Partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees today. Isolated showers and maybe some partly cloudy in the forecast for tonight. Cooler, about 77 degrees. Tomorrow, weatherman says mostly sunny. It is. Put on your short shorts. Get your bikinis out there and hit the beach if you possibly can. Don't lose the opportunities here, because the rainy season, we don't see mostly sunny all that much. Daytime highs tomorrow about 88 degrees. Partly sunny on Sunday with highs around 88 degrees. We get a heat index today of about 94. That's usual. Rip currents, hazardous surf warnings are in effect right now, and a 30% chance of rain. Going to be angling for the sunset like me tonight. 6:38 is when they're making the proposal for sunset. There it is. News and weather together right here on The Point.
Boss,
I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
It's time to celebrate 30 years of cleaning our coasts and sandy fun. Join us for the Guam International Coastal Cleanup on Saturday, September 21st, starting at 6 a.m. After the cleanup, head on over to Ipao Beach from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the first ever Guam Sandfest 2024. Witness incredible sand sculpting demos, sand sculpting competitions, a variety of food vendors, live music, and fun activities for kids and the entire family. It'll be a sensational day. Register now at sandfestguam.com.
I got it. It's 12 after 8. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by a variety of people, including our friends over at IT&E. When it comes to keeping you connected to who and what matters the most when it matters the most, IT&E's got your back. Celebrate their refreshed brand. It's all about serving you. You can see it at the IT&E Agana Shopping Center branch and the IT&E Micronesia Mall branch. Be there and get one of the 150 incredible free gifts. Bring the kids, too, for some fun in the kids' corner at IT&E. Connections that matter. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Wendy's with their 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Choose from the sausage biscuit or the sausage and cheese English muffin. They got coffee. They got seasoned potatoes in there. Pick 2 for just $4. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
I got it. I see it 8:13 in the morning. Don't let me get too far. Don't let it get to be 10 o'clock this morning without me spending a little bit of time talking about something that you're probably not going to hear anywhere else but here, or see anywhere else but here. And it has to do with the Shroud of Turin.
Oh, boy.
We're all Catholics are familiar with the Shroud of Turin, and I remember 88, 89, they did a test and said, well, you know, as romantic an idea as it is that this was the actual shroud that was used to clothe the body of Christ when he was put into the crypt, and then his image was made on it by a pulse of light greater than anything that even today scientists cannot match. They said in the late 80s that it probably only went back about 700 years. Another test has been conducted that places that shroud in and around the same time as Christ. We'll go through some of that in just a... I know it. It's a big deal for me.
Amen, brother.
I've always been fascinated by that. 8:14
you, Ray.
on the Ray Gibson Show. Where's my cassock? Where is the cassock?
Get out the incense.
There was that, and who was it that sent me? I've got some numbers here, and they are numbers for gasoline: $3.52 a gallon. How about that? In order to get that, you got to be active duty or retired in the military. That's the Autoport price. $3.52 per gallon on all of that, and it might help you out if you can put the gasoline in your fishing tank in your fishing boat with gasoline that inexpensive. Who's on the phone here? I got to make sure I get the name right.
Mr. Jeff Espinosa.
Jeff Espinosa. Buenas and Hapa Day. Welcome to the program, Jeff. Good to have you online.
Hey, Hapa Day, Ray. Hapa Day, Joe.
Bro, it's like every time I turn around, there's another fishing tournament.
Well, yeah, it's a great thing for the fishing community here on Guam. Very exciting.
Well, and let me get a couple of things up on the screen so that everybody can see what I'm getting all excited about. It's Ambrose Inc. They're celebrating 75 years on Guam, and as part of this year-long celebration, they've got a fishing tournament that's going to be coming up, and there's like $50,000 in the pot. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's correct, Ray. It's a big deal, big event for Ambrose Inc. On their 75th year anniversary. We're going to be hosting this fishing tournament next month, which is just a few weeks away.
All right, now understanding that there's the fishing tournament. We just had one last week, and now we've got another one coming up in just a couple of weeks. What's running? I saw some of the numbers associated with the last tournament, and while they were pretty good, I mean, I don't know that there were any records that got broken in there. Is there something going on out in? Do we need to tell the fish that there's a fishing tournament happening?
Well, the fish has been pretty cooperative. The season for mai is a little bit slow right now, with only one mai caught in the previous tournament over the weekend.
Right.
But we had some really good numbers with the other fishes that were caught. I believe there were 29 marlins weighed and recorded,
Amazing.
but I'm sure the fishermen caught more than 29. But that's a pretty good number for a weekend's catch.
Well, and you got all kinds of other stuff. You have Bonita's a category. I mean, are you guys doing the same thing with different categories that guys can fish in?
Yeah, sure. So we got 5 collegiate categories, which consist of the marlin, yellowfin, wahoo, mahi-mahi, and bonita categories. But our tournament's a little bit different. We're going winner take all. So unfortunately, if you're a runner-up, there is no second place or third place, so you must have that heaviest fish in order to win a prize.
Oh, wow. Okay, I think I see what's going on. Now, do I have to declare my major on this? If me and Joe go out on the Boston Whaler and catch a little bit of this and catch a little bit of that.
I'm already getting seasick,
or we catch a whole heck of a lot of something else. Is it possible that we can come in and just say, okay, you know what, we caught this, that, and the other, but I think we've got the heaviest one of these. Can we just kind of join a category at will?
Well, as fishermen are going out, it's up to them to decide which category they want to go for. And sometimes you put your lure out for a certain species like mai or wahoo, and you end up catching that winning blue marlin. So, it's a surprise, it's a gamble, and ultimately it's just got to be a lot of fun.
So I don't have to run in a particular division. I can just, whatever happens. And if I got a feeling like I might have caught the winning fish, then it's not like I'm stuck in one category.
No, absolutely.
Awesome.
You're open to all categories, and sometimes it happens that way. We're targeting a certain species, but we end up catching something else. And then we got some really good fishermen out there that are really good at what they do. So when they target marlin, that's what they're catching is marlin.
All right. So, because it happens every once in a while. One day we're out there, me and my brother, looking at the black birds, and then we get distracted by the white birds, and we go check those things out, and you never know what's going to happen while you're out there. So what is there things that people need to know? I mean, I think there was some drama in the last one over some equipment that was on one competitor's boat, and the kid got disqualified. Are there FAQs on this one, things that each one of the captains needs to know?
Absolutely. We do have rules in place. As a fisherman or a team wants to register, they're given a copy of the rules and regulations, and then we're also going to be briefing the rules at our captain's meeting. That's going to be held on September 12th.
Okay, so everything that you need to know is going to be in there, and so hopefully we don't run into any situations where there could be some post-derby drama. And like I said, as we've seen before, I still don't know how that's going to work out. I think everybody is welcome to come, and if you're not happy with the outcome of the last tournament, come on by for this one here. How much does it cost to get in?
Well, it's a $150 registration for anyone that wants to join, but here's the kicker. Ambrose Inc. is a veteran-owned company, and we're supporting veterans in our tournament. So if you can show us that you're a veteran, we're going to knock that entry fee down from $150 down to $75.
Is that's the fee for the boat?
That's the entry fee to get the boat in, correct?
Okay,
then,
so it's not per crew member, right, Jeff?
Well, the $75, if you have a veteran on board, will cover the captain and one crew member. If you have additional crew, it'll be an additional $25 on top of your entry fee.
Oh yeah, not bad. And what's the limit on boats? How many competitors can you put out?
Well, right now we got a limit of 100 boats, which is a pretty decent number. But the main purpose for that is we're only utilizing one marina in this tournament. So, you know, we thought about it and said if we had over 100 boats in that Agani Marina, it could be a safety hazard. So we decided to put a limit on this one.
I'm sorry, forgive my ignorance. Are there derbies where we get more than 100 boats?
Actually, there were, and I believe we just had one maybe 3 years ago that we exceeded the 100-boat limit.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So
Yeah, sure is.
Now, is there any limits on, I was going to say, you know, what kind of fishing line you can use and the hooks, or all of that's going to get explained at the captain's meeting?
That's correct. All that information will be put out in the captain's meeting. And then, you know, of course...
Will there be beer at the captain's meeting?
Yes, there will be beer at the captain's meeting.
Will there be beer at the actual fishing tournament? And, you know, for $150, how many cases do I get?
Well, you know, if you do register, each boat member that registered will receive a 12-pack of beer and a case of water.
God. Yep. Water?
Yep.
Yeah, in case you get dirty. You got yourself on the hook.
Well, you know, yeah, exactly, to wash the salt water off your face, because there is water in beer, you know.
I get it. 8:22 in the morning. Jeff, you and I are the same guy when it comes to fishing and beer. I would be the guy they pay an extra $25 for, and they say, Ray, what's your job here? My job is to sit on the cooler and make sure it doesn't go anywhere. I keep it stationary. I don't drive the boat, and I'm under orders from my brother Dave never ever to touch the reel, because the last time I did, I don't know exactly what I did, but it was spinning, and I touched something, and then all of a sudden it was all just a static ball of line and wire. Yeah,
that'll happen.
Yeah, I think we ended up throwing that particular rig overboard and assembling, doing something. You're a hand line guy from now on, Ray, and I hope you get a marlin on that hand line. 8:23 in the morning, $50,000 up for grabs, and you can start registering like now, right?
That's correct. You can do early registrations if you come on down to Ambro's office in Harmon Industrial Park, and you get yourself registered before all the slots are filled.
And there's only 100 slots, so get things going, and you know, ahoy there. I hope everybody has a good time, and I hope everybody brings with them some kind of a marine radio or some kind of radar. Bananas, yes. So you can be. Is that a good lure? You put the banana on the hook.
Yeah, everybody bring bananas on the boat.
8:23 in the morning. Will there be an award ceremony and post tournament get together?
Yes. So. After the tournament shuts down at 5 p.m. and then we're going to shift from the Greg D. Perez Marina over to the Paseo, where we're going to be jumping right into a Capenna concert. So it's going to be very exciting.
Yep, that's right.
And we'll be issuing the awards and trophies and prize monies and all that good stuff right there in the stage.
All right. So it's Capenna, Parker Yobay, Mixed Plate, Guam's favorite party band going to be there. And that's free to everybody.
That's right. It's free to everybody. Come on down and celebrate our anniversary with us.
Jeff, this is so cool. Do me a favor. Don't lose a string on this number. Give me a ring back whenever you've got some updates that you want to pass along to everybody. Maybe some new bands that are going to be performing at the concert, or additional things that some of the fishermen need to know before they get into the tournament. And there's always an opportunity for some brought to you buys. Who are you working with? Who's Budweiser working with to turn this fishing tournament into the spectacle that it is?
Oh man, we got a lot of sponsors out there, you know, and definitely I'll give you a ring back, and we'll thank all those sponsors. Unfortunately, unfortunately, there's a lot, and I'm still making my way to the office. So
no problem, Jeff. I've got a list of it. I'll go ahead and mention them here. It looks like
there you go.
Yeah, Bank of Guam is part of that. I got the Bank of Hawaii, 76 Circle K, First Hawaiian, Mats, and of course Ambrose. And there's one. There's a little flag on it, and I can't make out which one that is. It looks like one of like a freight forwarding company or something. Is that Matson or somebody?
I can't see what you're looking at right now.
There.
But,
yeah, that's Bank Pacific.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, it's Kiowa.
Oh.
Kiowa, that's what I'm looking for. Bank of Guam, Kiowa, Bank of Hawaii, 76 Circle K, First Hawaiian Bank, Matson, Cassidy's Associated Insurers, and there it is, the logo for Bank Pacific celebrating 70 years. So it looks like you've got all of the bankers are in on this. That's why we were able to get the purse up to $50,000. All right, Jeff, you have a terrific day and a great weekend, brother.
Hey, Ray, can I put one more thing out?
Yeah.
So during the fishing tournament, we're going to have some canopies set up there at the marina. So I'm inviting the public to come on down, celebrate the day with us. Let's support our local fishermen as they bring in those winning catches. We're going to have a food stand set up. We're going to have some drinks available for you. So come on down and hang out with us on September 14th.
Roger that. And will there be beer?
They could bring some beer if they like. Yeah, sure.
Will there be Budweiser girls? Will there be current Guam girls?
We'll make sure we have those available.
Talk to JoJo. He'll straighten it out. All right, Brad. I'll see you pretty soon. 8:26 in the Ray Gibson Show. Yeah, that's nice. Fishing tournament. One of these days, my buddy Jim Bigley knows a thing or two about fishing. Came in second in the last competition, and a good time was had by most at that one. This is Budweiser party, so a good time going to be had by all. 8:26, and as I was mentioning earlier, I found this. I was goofing off on social media in between bouts of AI, and there was a story, and it occurred to me that in this day and age, where it seems like the Democrats and the drive-by media just seem to be so anti-anything religious and certainly anti-anything Christian and Catholic. I thought I might be the only guy that has a chance to talk about this on the radio, but they have done a series of additional tests in the last little bit on a sample of the Turin Shroud. They applied a new method for dating ancient linen threads by inspecting their structural degradation by means of wide-angle X-ray scattering. The X-ray dating method was applied to a sample of the shroud consisting of a thread taken in proximity of the 1988 radiocarbon area. That's the corner of the shroud. The size of the linen sample was hardly anything of a centimeter. They obtained one-dimensional integrated wide-angle X-ray scatter data profiled for that sample, which they were fully compatible with the analogous measurements obtained on a linen sample whose dating, according to historical records, is 55 to 74 A.D., around the time of the siege of Masada in Israel. The degree of natural aging of the cellulose that constitutes the linen of the investigated sample obtained by X-ray analysis showed that that fabric is much older than the 7 centuries proposed in the 1988 radiocarbon dating. The experimental results are compatible with the hypotheses that this shroud is a 2,000-year-old relic, as supposed by Christian tradition, under the condition that it was kept at a suitable level of average secular temperatures, and they've got numbers for that for 13 centuries. What they're basically saying is, based on where it was, how it was stored, and the rate at which this linen would have broken down in those conditions, in those environmental conditions, these scientists are comfortable saying that the sample from the Shroud of Turin is, in fact, capable of being drawn back to the times of the Bible.
So, real guy?
Real guy. And that's really where, they're doing everything that they can, taking advantage of AI technology to take a look at the Shroud of Turin and take a look at the incredible 3D image that comes out that they cannot duplicate anywhere else. And it would seem to show an image of somebody whose wounds match pretty accurately the wounds that are depicted in all of the stories of the Passion of the Christ. You got the crown of thorns and all of the trauma that is associated with that, right around the side of the body. There's what looks like a blood stain that would be consistent with the way that he was pierced by the Roman soldiers at the time.
Spear of destiny.
Yeah, and then we've got the trauma on his wrists. Most depictions have the nails going through the hand, but as anybody that has paid any attention to any of the Shroud documentaries over the years knows that the body would not be supported on the cross, so they nailed him through the wrist, and you can see where the wounds are on that one. Now, the other thing that they did with this was they took that image from the Shroud, fed it into a computer with AI, and believed that this image here, if you're watching on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu, KUAM, and Rumble.com, this is the this would be the face, the likeness of the person that came out of it. And if this is the Shroud of Turin,
that was Matthew
and if it is what
McConaughey.
they're saying, yeah, right?
For a second.
If they're saying that was the shroud that was put over the body of Christ as he lay in the tomb for 3 days, this is what he looked like. That would be, what's that? Who is he? Is it? The guy that played Jesus of Nazareth in which movie?
Jesus of Nazareth.
Okay, so
the HBO special. It was HBO PBS.
Jesus Christ
PBS
Superstar.
special. Robert
no.
Powell.
I don't remember him.
Oh.
Yeah.
It looks like him.
Is that the Mel Brooks one? Mel Brooks, the Mel Gibson one?
No. It's
I can't
old.
watch the Mel Gibson one.
It's like from the 80s.
Okay, I'm going to take a look at it. But anyway, so this is what they say that AI says comes when they do the analysis on the image and unwrap it and rewrap things and make it fit over human form. That's what they believe it is. But like I said, it's crazy because for the last 20 some odd years, 30 years, we were all into the impression because science said that the thing only went back about 7 centuries, and now there is new science in 2025 that says no, the shroud is actually something that dates back to, in the very least, the time of Christ. And I don't know about you, but as a member of the faithful, I like to think that's a pretty cool thing. And even though my faith didn't need proof, I'm glad all of a sudden we've got something that moves in that direction. It's 8:32 in the morning. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines coming up. We'll take a look at some celebrity birthdays and special events all the way into the weekend, plus a look at what AI Grock on Twitter has got to say about Guam news. That's all ahead. Stay there.
Calling all chicken nugget lovers. It's time to get saucy with Wendy's. Their flavor-packed nuggets are freshly tossed and sauced to create 7 mouth-watering combinations of flavor, featuring crispy or spicy chicken nuggets tossed in one of 4 delicious sauces: honey barbecue, garlic parm, buffalo, and spicy ghost pepper. The Wendy's saucy nugs are available in 4, 6, 10, or 20 piece and served with a side of ranch or blue cheese dipping sauce for the next level nug experience. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Saucy Nugs.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
So much to celebrate here on the weekend, and the celebrity birthdays I think you're going to absolutely love, and a weird kind of special event on Saturday that I kind of sort of participated with a friend on yesterday. It's 8:34 in the morning. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines off a girl. What happened?
39-year-old inmate Bernard Joel Munya escaped from DOC but was soon caught. He was in the minimum security unit and was reported missing early Wednesday. A witness saw him walking past the DOC visitor center. He was found at a bus stop nearby. The Special Operations Response Team returned him to custody, and an investigation is underway. Meanwhile, Nico Fujikawa's wrongful termination appeal against GVB will be heard by the CSC in November. Fujikawa was dismissed in April for insubordination, but claims he faced harassment from GVB General Manager Carl Gutierrez and an improper firing notice. GVB plans to dismiss the case, arguing his appeal was late. A motion hearing is set for November 14, with motions due by September 25. And Atkins Kroll celebrated its 110th anniversary by donating a 1-year lease of a 2024 Toyota Sienna to Make-A-Wish Guam and CNMI. Calvo's Insurance provided a year of insurance coverage. The donation supports Make-A-Wish's mission to grant wishes for children with critical illnesses. Make-A-Wish has been serving Guam and the CNMI region for over 35 years. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, good call here. It's 8:35 in the morning. You ready for celebrity birthdays?
Yeah.
Let's do today's first. Barbara Eden.
Oh, she's still alive?
93 years old.
Oh, my goodness.
I Dream of Jeannie, one of my original first boy crushes. It was her Marianne from Gilligan's Island, and Barbara Feldman, 99 from Get Smart.
99.
Yes. Richard Sanders, who played Les Nessman on WKRP in Cincinnati, is 84 years old. major influence on me and my journalistic career, by the way. Shelley Long from Cheers, but my favorite role, I mean, if you got to have a Shelley Long favorite, my favorite was when she played the wife on The Money Pit with Tom Hanks back in the day. The singer Rick Springfield.
Oh, he's handsome.
They Call Me Bruce. That was a big song for him back in the 1980s.
Girl.
Souls is if you got to have a favorite Rick Springfield song, I like Souls better than anything else. I think it's cool. Anyway, he's 75 years old, and I think that's going to be it for today. That's all the names I recognize. If you're looking for something to celebrate today, it's Buttered Corn Day.
Love buttered corn.
I used to have. I had a neighbor.
See you later.
We had a get together in the neighborhood on the street, and she brought out, and it was one of those things. She's like, "Oh my God, this is so last minute," and I must have ate 7 or 8 of them. She brought out this corn on the cob that was slathered with butter and basically Old Bay and mayonnaise.
Oh yeah, that sounds like some street corn.
Yeah. That was.
You need to put some hot Cheetos on that.
Now you got the craving on you. It's Cuban Sandwich Day. I don't know where else on Guam you can get a Cuban sandwich other than Carabao. They got one called the Cubano.
What makes it Cuban?
Savage.
No idea. Savage has?
Yeah, Savage has it.
They
Cuban.
have.
Yeah.
I got to get a reason to get down there. I don't know what makes it a Cuban. I'm sure there's some. Jose Martinez.
It's a Cuban ham.
In.
Cuban.
It's a Cuban ham and cheese.
Rico's thinking about Jesse's Girl from Rick Springfield. That was a good song, too. It's Hug Your Sweetheart Day, Sponge Cake Day, Ride Like the Wind Day for all you bicyclists. How many miles did you get in yesterday?
That's Christopher Cross. 14.5.
Good job. Good job.
Exact, yeah.
What's that take? About a half hour?
Almost.
10, 15 minutes. Get to know your customers day and cheap flight day. In 2024, I don't think there is such a thing as a cheap flight. 837 celebrity birthdays for tomorrow include Ann Archer. She was the hottie in Clear and Present Danger and Fatal Attraction, 77 years old. Got Steve Guttenberg.
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
He was in one good movie called Cocoon.
Yeah.
The rest of it we know from Police Academy and
I saw him in
Three Men and a Baby.
and a little lady too. The two parts. I like those.
Steve Guttenberg, he's goofy.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, how old is he?
He's 66 years old.
Oh, okay.
Still, relatively young. Dave Chappelle.
There we go.
He's one of these guys that's hopefully will save comedy. He's been able to Chappelle his way out from under getting canceled. There seemed to be a whole lot of threats against him by everybody, especially LGBTQ plus over comments that he made about trannies in a show. And so now, like I said, he's uncancelable, and hopefully that starts spreading around, and we get guys that will get back to regular comedy without having to worry too much about themselves getting canceled. Sophia Richie, the daughter of Lionel Richie, is 26.
Nice.
All right. Yeah. If you're looking for something to celebrate, it's Can Opener Day tomorrow, Knife Day, as in Shinarp, as in Frank the Crank Camacho. It's Knife Day, Peach Pie Day, Waffle Day, Shooting Star Day, and Pluto Demoted Day, the day that reminiscent of when they said that Pluto was not a planet.
You're not a planet.
You know what? Those Democrats destroy everything, don't they?
Listen, Pluto, you're enough. You are enough.
Tomorrow is also Strange Music Day, and a buddy of mine has discovered a feature on his Spotify that allows him to invite people to add to whatever Spotify playlist he's working on. And so yesterday he invited me, and I thought, gay, and then I said, okay, I'll give it a shot and see how it plays. A song called World War III by a guy named Root Boy Slim. It was that one and the You Bangy Stomp by Alice Cooper from an album that I might be the only guy that ever bought. But this guy, Root Boy Slim, was kind of a hero back in the days. He made some crazy music. He did a song called World War III, and some of the lyrics go like this: "There was trouble down in Africa, riots over in France. Nuclear war was at hand. Seems a likely chance. When the Russians lost the Olympus, they got a little pissed, sent a few nukes over, the kind that never miss. World was in turmoil. Where was Jesus now? He was down in Mississippi behind a mule and the plow. Fallout wasn't too bad down in the South. Jesus cooked good barbecue, the kind that burn your mouth. People came from miles around for just a little taste. Most of them didn't make it because all that nuclear waste. But if you survived this nuclear holocaust, come down to Mississippi for some of the Jesus hot sauce. Looking for a place to plug in my TV when I realized that it was World War III." And those are the beginning lyrics. And you got fine. I think the song is on on YouTube. I'm sorry, this is me showing off a little bit of my weird music cred. You got a weird song that is in your playlist, something that you go, nobody likes this song except me?
No.
Seasons in the Sun by Terry Jacks.
Oh, nobody likes that song?
Billy,
That
don't
was-
be a hero.
was-
Real Joe, the weirdest of the weird songs on your list.
I don't have any. All the songs I have slap.
All right, Chris Frank chiming in says, I love a good Cuban sandwich. The Cuban sandwich is a variation of a ham and cheese sandwich that may have originated in Tampa or Key West, Florida. The official sandwich of Tampa and Ybor City, a small Cuban neighborhood considered the unofficial home of the Cuban sandwich. It's made with roast pork, ham, Swiss cheese, and pickles on a soft roll spread with mustard. Bread usually lightly toasted or pressed, which helps give the sandwich its signature crispy exterior. And now I'm trying for it. Daryl Taggarty says Root Boy did Christmas at Kmart, among others. Everybody's got a little bit of Demento in them, right, buddy?
Of course, Daryl knew.
Celebrity. Yes. We are the weirdos. We got celebrity birthdays for Sunday. Gene Simmons of Kiss. Happy 75th birthday.
Beth, right? Beth.
Star of reality screen and stage. Yep. Elvis Costello.
Longest tongue in the business.
I hear that. Elvis Costello is 70 years old. Director Tim Burton. Nightmare Before Christmas, etc. 66 years old.
Beetlejuice.
And Beetlejuice. They're making a new one.
I know. I want to watch it.
I want to watch that one too. There's a couple other movies, but I don't know. I got a couple of prequels and things they're doing in Hollywood. I might watch the movies when they come on Netflix just so I can say I've got the complete set. But I'm not. I'm not. Enthusiastic about the way they have been doing music these days. Claudia Schiffer is 54 years old. Rachel Ray from the TV Chef on the Cooking Channel.
30-second
Well, she's
meals.
not a chef. She's a cook.
30-minute meals.
It says TV Chef Rachel Ray. You say she's a cook?
She calls herself a cook.
I got you. 56 years old, and I think that's it for celebrity birthdays. Special events for Sunday to keep in mind. It's Whiskey Sour Day. Yay! Banana Split Day, but I don't know whether they're talking about the confection or whether they're talking about the late 60s, early 70s television show, The Banana Splits. Da-na-na-na. A Secondhand Wardrobe Day, and finally, keep this in mind, on Sunday, I'll remind you on Monday, but Sunday will mark 4 months until Christmas.
We're almost there, man.
Almost. I was going to say, we're going to make it.
Hold me.
We're going to make it 4 more months. If we can just hold out on nuclear holocaust,
right, we can do it,
our
man.
own version of World War III.
It's up to you.
The civil war that will come if Trump does not win the election in November. Yeah. This is it. That's how we're going to do it. Maybe we can get Carabao Brewery to serve a Cuban. They have one. They've got one.
It sounds like a good
It's called the Cubano.
Because there's no
And you can find it
leaves
there.
in it.
Big Man Rico says Beetlejuice 2 is coming soon with Jenna Ortega.
Oh, that's not the selling point for me. It's because Michael Keaton's back as Beetlejuice.
Yes. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Although that will be interesting. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that they can stay with a storyline that doesn't include any DEI or wokeism in there. Is it possible that we might just make a movie?
It's possible.
I hope they make fun of it.
Entertaining. Yes, make fun of it.
I hope
Just
they
do
make
that.
fun
Tim
of it.
Burton, and he's a weirdo.
And he can do that. Anyways, 8:44 in the morning. That's it for you. I'll sign papers and check in with you in a couple of days, Monday, Tuesday, when we come back for the morning show. It's 8:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll be right back.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Imagine a place where Guam's homeless find comfort for a night. From the AG who brought you the Protect Yourself and Deport Air initiatives, now comes Project Dignity. A solid meal, a hot shower, a clean bed, a chance to rejoin society. Project Dignity. Work restores dignity. Coming soon to Guam.
right, what are we working on here? Everything okay? Are we groovy? 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number around here. 8:45, make our way into the, 9 o'clock hour and then on into the weekend. Now is as good a time as any to remind you that the voting has now officially begun for Pika's Best. And you're probably thinking, oh, Ray, you're probably going to spend some time telling everybody how to, get the vote on for you and the radio station. And the answer is, hell yeah. Yes, I am. I want to be Pika's best radio personality.
We're unhumble.
Again. And people are going to go, Ray, aren't you already a household name here on Guam? Don't people know you just instinctively? And the answer is yeah. But, when you've got an ego the size of mine, you're not satisfied with any accomplishments that you had any earlier than today. And that means, I'm looking forward to doing it again in 2024. So Pika's best radio personality, that's me, RAYGIBSON. Actually, you don't even know you need to know how to spell it. All you got to be able to do is read the thing. It's up there. Pika's best radio station, I'd like it to be The Point again for the 4th year in a row. So if you got a minute right now, you can see it on my screen here. Go to Pika's Best of Guam. .guampdn.com. Now, if you did not participate in the nomination process, aka Pika's Best Primary, then you might need to do a little bit of check-in, and there's also the possibility, and please God, stay with me. I know how hard it is, but they will do that thing where you have to prove that you're not a robot, and it will give you a picture, and then you got to show everything that's not a bicycle or a bridge or a building or something like that. I absolutely, more than anything, I hate that. But it's not my contest. It's not my newspaper. So I'm just going to ask you to suffer your way through that. And then when you make it through, there's all kinds of other people we want you to hook up with. There's a girl named Allison Palmer who's shooting for best bartender. She works over at Jimmy D's.
Oh.
Over at Beach Bar?
A Lily-san.
A Lily-san. It's spelled a Lily-san, which is incorrect. Her actual name is Allison Palmer.
You spelled it wrong, PDN. It's okay. We forgive you.
Actually, thank you. Actually, thank you, because she works, she moonlights here at the radio station, and so I'm thinking that might be a great new name for Lily-san here.
Here we go.
So congratulations on the nomination, and now good luck in the contest. Burger King has got to be in 1,000 places. Pirates Cove's got to be in 1,000 places. Pika's best realty was Hafa Realty. Pika's best realtor is my Auntie Lolita Kamet, and you can put her name down there in a thing as well. And just any numbers. Most of our advertisers, which is great, most of our advertisers are Pika's best one way or the other. So if you like listening to their commercials or you like shopping there because we're sending you there on a regular basis, then by all means let them know. Let them know. I mean, it doesn't pay any of the bills. As far as that goes, but it's nice to know for a lot of people and a lot of businesses and a lot of places that put effort into what they do, and don't take for granted the nature of the relationship that they've got with their customers and friends. And I might also make a plug, not just for the businesses that advertise, but for the people that help out the show, i.e. Pika's best mayor.
Ow.
Jess Alec. He's also been nominated. I think he's been Pika's best mayor since they started Pika's Best, right? I think it goes back that far. Anyway, 8:49 in the morning.
Oh, my God, it's him on the phone.
What? Oh, my God,
he
it's him?
spoke his name, and he showed up.
Amazing. It's like real Joe. I'm serious now. We were
He's going to live too long now.
We were scrolling through social media, and the girl says, "Is this a picture of real Joe?" And I said, "I don't know, because it has hair." Because I was thought, I just think about, real Joe's. He's not the Cruz that's known for his hair. That's his brother. So it wasn't a big stretch or sacrifice.
Got hair in the right places.
Amen to that. And then at that very same moment, real Joe walks in to pick up his dinner, and all of a sudden I was one of those
God,
weird.
I tried to avoid you.
I know. Yeah.
I tried to hide, but you saw me.
8:50 in the morning, and now here I am just saying Pika's best mayor, Jess Allig, and then all of a sudden he's on the phone. Buenas noches, and good luck to you in the Pika's best election that's going on right now, and of course the real election in 74 days. Half a day, Mayor. How you doing?
Half a day. Thank you. Yeah, we need luck for both. Well, I'm more worried about November 5, right? Let's do that for sure.
Well, who are you running against?
Vote for me. No one may. I don't know about that, GC.
You're running against the referee. That's what happens. Well, the good news is you don't need to embark on a write-in campaign just to hold your seat. They're running unopposed, got all the votes, but according to the guys over at GEC, their initial blush was that you did not get enough votes to meet the primary threshold. Cooler heads prevailed. Maybe a couple of pointed letters, including I think some messages from former members of the GEC from back in the day, like 90, when this actually happened, earlier, and they said, no, that's not how we do the count. Anyway, that's the good news. Mayor's Council has got a new boss. Jen, what's her name? Jen Arceo?
New boss? Hold on here.
What?
What new boss?
Nobody told him.
Wait a second. Isn't there a new executive director?
Friend.
Do we not have a new executive director?
The people elected us to be the bosses. I don't want to say it like that.
I know.
No, we're the boss. We hired an executive director. And, so we hired an executive this past week. And, well, hopefully she'll be on board in the next week or two. Just kind of depends on, the same employment process.
What experience, and what is her name? Jen Joyce Arceo?
Joy Jean Arceo.
Joy Jean. Okay. I'm trying to remember what I need to call her. Joy Jean Arceo. Any relation to the other Arceo with the Chamorro School?
I don't know. You know what? I don't know. I never asked if she had any relation to that Arceo. But no, I don't know.
Okay.
I know Joy Jean personally. She does have a big background in procurement, government procurement. And that's definitely our biggest nightmare in the Mayor's Council of Guam. And
everywhere,
it's not news, right? Right, it's true. And everyone's going to see that, well, hey, you guys have all this money, you're not spending it. Well, in the many different conversations I've had with her, I've realized that, well, we've been spending the money. Our processes are wrong. And they're wrong because they tie our hands, they strap us down for no crazy reason. And there are better ways to do it. There are more efficient ways to purchase items and to contract, workers and vendors. Mm-hmm. And so I'm really excited about it. I know that, we're not all, we've tried. It's almost going on a year that we've been, we've just been in limbo. And we're excited that we have someone who has this experience who can help us straighten out some of our affairs. A lot of
by way of straightening out. I'm sorry, Jeff, but by way of straightening out issues, for the mayors in the different municipalities here on Guam, can that, your best practices be used in departments and agencies all over Guam? I mean, I know that you're not all the same when it comes to procedures and best practices, but is it possible that you guys can be how do I want to say this, the sacrificial element or the best practices, so we can show everybody else in the government how to do procurement right and make it so that if anybody feels like they've been cheated in the process, so they've got recourse that they can do in a rapid manner, so that no matter what, we can adjudicate it and then move on with the procurement as opposed to delay after delay after delay after delay.
For sure, and that, you're correct. You're absolutely correct, and that is really precisely my point in hiring her, because we have 19 different offices that we have to serve, 19 different points of view. But when it comes down to it, we all use the same services for the most part. We use the same type of equipment, the same type of contractors and vendors. Mm-hmm. So we need to be able to procure in a more quicker manner. And you know what? Hey. Those schools, GDOE, golly. Just this morning again, I'm dealing with maintenance. Like, are you kidding me? You guys get paid crap loads more than we do, and you have so much Bula College taught knowledge. That's my next article.
Right.
And you know what the thing is? It's not. If it's not simple, then find someone who knows what to do. Hire them and straighten your problems out. That's what we're doing. And I'm admitting we don't know how to do a lot of these things, and that's why we failed. I spoke to the speaker yesterday. It was the same thing. We can ask, and like I said after Mawar, don't give us the money because we don't know what the hell we're doing with it. But if you give us the money with someone, and we employ someone who knows what to do and how to procure, then gosh, give it all to us and we'll use it.
Right.
Now,
and get your hands on the things that you need, whether on an urgent basis or on a recurring basis. There's so many. It always freaks me out, and it's usually right around this time of year where the trash somewhere is going to start piling up. And the reason is because now we're at the end of a fiscal year, coming up in another 5 weeks. We're going to be up against the end of a fiscal year, and all of the contracts for government services that have gone out have not yet made it all the way through the procurement process. So things like we used to have a contract with so-and-so to pick up our trash, and now we're waiting on that to get adjudicated and finished up and gone through the administrative process. And until then, nobody's going to pick up the trash. And there's 100 other things that you might not notice, but if you're the mayor of a village, guarantee you'll know exactly which contracts are waiting on procurement and which ones aren't.
Exactly, and that's that. Oh my gosh! Okay.
Every year, every year at September is it's like supplemental. You guess right around election time, the supplemental checks go out, and right around election time, September, October, all of a sudden it looks like every contract that we've got in the private sector all of a sudden goes on pause while we wait for the signatures and the procurement to get done.
And it's the same thing with the recycling revolving fund, right? We get $1.5 million, and that's a big chunk of money. And we have the entire year to spend it, yet we can't spend it until we get to the same every year we renew the same memorandum, the same thing. Nothing changes. The only thing changes is the date. And if that's all that changes, God, why can't we just, start October 1st, we can continue to pick up abandoned vehicles, white goods, all the junk out there, all the metal. Man, and then what's going to happen is you're going to see come this October, but again, we're going to have to return, all this money because we didn't have enough time to spend it. Because we took 2 quarters to figure out the same MOU that we've done for the last 10 years.
So this new girl, she gonna line all of that out for you. Everything's gonna be all right, and we'll iron that out, all the wrinkles out of that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that when we're talking about a woman, executive director. Iron out all the wrinkles. You misogynist.
I was going to say something, but it's okay. We better get off. Anyway,
Migo, but when are we going to get together over at that Blaze place again?
I don't know, but I'm going to have something. I'm going to call you.
Yeah. Just because I was in love with the chicken, and I went there. There was a great buffet that they had for your night. But now I've been thinking I'm looking for an excuse to go back there and check them out before something happens, because that building is cursed. So
hey,
what? How many restaurants have been through there? How many restaurants? We go back to one of my favorite restaurants. They had there for years and years and years. It was a Hooters. And if you're just new to Guam, hey, there's no Hooters here. We used to have a Hooters here on Guam in the same building that Blaze is at in Tumon. I don't know how the hell you screw up a Hooters, and they went out of business, and that was Fishbowl for a long time, and it was another. Gosh, anyway, I just get frustrated.
I'm not going to go back there after you told me that. That place is cursed.
It's 8:59 and change. Migo, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Pica's best mayor, Jess Alec. You can vote. You can vote even if you're not in PD. You can vote for him. It's all right. You have a great weekend. 9 o'clock in the morning. What do we got? Just small talk for the rest of the hour, right?
Yes, sir.
That's cool. I got a bunch of small talky stuff that we can talk about. It might feel like news, and maybe I'll also give you a look at news a la Grock, which is AI on Twitter, and I think an inventive way that they're gathering news and regurgitating it so that guys like me can read it on the radio and make you smile. KUAM news at the bottom of the hour as well. Stand by now. It's all happening on 93.3 KUSG. Again, Pica's best 3 years running. Vote for us today and make it 4 on The Point.
This
to the Fox News Alert. The final night. I'm Lee Silasera. Night 4 of the Democratic National Convention now underway, with more high-profile speakers, capping off with Vice President Harris accepting the presidential nomination. One top Democrat already has an action plan if she's elected.
If Harris wins, Democrats hold the Senate and flip the House. Senator Chuck Schumer is telling the Washington Post one of her first orders of business will be bills to limit redistricting and expand voting rights. But a lot has to go right for Democrats for that to happen, beginning with tonight's convention closing by Vice President Harris. Harris' allies don't believe she'll be impacted by her much more progressive record, which has Donald Trump calling her Comrade Kamala.
Fox's Peter Ducey at the DNC. A man in custody in Arizona accused of threatening the life of former President Trump.
The Cochise County Sheriff's Department has now confirmed that they have in custody 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid from Benson, Arizona. He's got some outstanding warrants in the state for a hit and run and a felony failure to register as a sex offender.
Fox's Aisha Hasni. This coming 1 month after Trump was shot at a rally in Pennsylvania. Trump was in Arizona to talk border security, blaming Vice President Harris under the Biden administration for what he called open borders.
Every day brings another story about innocent Americans being tortured, raped, murdered, and massacred by illegal aliens that Kamala Harris has set free in our country.
Trump was joined by two mothers whose daughters were killed by men who authorities say were in the U.S. illegally. He has spent the week campaigning in battleground states. Canadian National Railroad is ending its lockout immediately and moving forward with its plan to get trains moving again, as the Canadian government ordered two companies into arbitration to end the lockout that began overnight. The volcano in Grindavik, Iceland, has erupted again, spewing lava into the air. America's listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Lynch is confirmed dead after his yacht sank off the coast of Italy.
An Italian government official says British entrepreneur Mike Lynch's body is one of 5 recovered from inside his stricken luxury yacht. The boat's chef was found dead on the surface of the water. With 15 survivors of the accident, Lynch's 18-year-old daughter Hannah is the only person unaccounted for. The 134-foot yacht sank just 16 minutes after a violent storm hit in the early hours of Monday. Investigators will look into why that happened when other nearby vessels remained safe. The trip was meant to be a celebration of Mike Lynch's acquittal in a major U.S. fraud trial. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
California will be the first state to direct millions of dollars from taxpayer money in tech companies to help pay for journalism and AI research. The state and tech companies would pay about $250 million over 5 years to support California-based news organizations and create an AI research program. The initiatives are set to kick off in 2025. A fresh reading on the job market is not revealing much change.
The number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time rose by 4,000 last week to 232,000. The report suggests not much change in layoffs, and it was close to economists' predictions of 230,000. The number of those remaining on benefits stayed over 1.86 million. Though this week, the Labor Department revised job growth for the year ending in March down to 2.1 million from the initial estimates of nearly 3 million jobs. That indicates job gains for last year and early this year were weaker than first reported. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Wall Street, the Dow lost 177, the Nasdaq off 299, the S&P minus 50. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762. BK's new fiery menu now available for a limited time only. The Fiery Bacon Whopper and Fiery Bacon Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are full of heat with creamy fiery sauce, pepper jack cheese, and seasoned fiery bacon. The Fiery Mozzarella Fries and Fiery Chicken Fries available for 8 and 12 pieces. Cool down your fiery flavors with our refreshing Fiery Strawberry and Sprite. Fire your way to BK Tumon Bay, Hagutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Home of the new fiery menu. You rule.
Get ready to soak up the sun and splash into fun at the Ultimate Wet and Wild Bikini Fest.
Saturday, September 21st, join us at the Beach Bar for a day of epic games, thrilling DJ beats, and unforgettable beach vibes.
Dive into our vendor booths and take part in the wildest water balloon fight and dance the day away with your toes in the sand.
It's fun, it's wild, and it's everything you've been waiting for.
Doors open at 4 p.m. Don't miss out on the biggest splash of the year.
For tickets and more info, visit Star 101 GU, The Dugout 671, or Stelstar Productions on Instagram.
Dive in and let's get wet and wild.
I like the idea. 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and IT&E. When it comes to keeping you connected to who and what matters the most, when it matters the most, IT&E got you back. How many of you had a different carrier and then Moar came along and then you tried out IT&E? I said, I love this. Well, they like having you around. Celebrate their refreshed brand that's all about serving you. Stop by IT&E Agana Shopping Center and Micronesia Mall locations to get yourself one of about 150 incredible gifts. Go there now. Bring the kids for some fun in the kids' corner as well at IT&E. Connections that matter.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Wait, I gotta sneeze. Crap.
Say the word. Say sneeze. Bless
it's
you.
It's too late. I couldn't say it. I was hoping that maybe if I just thought it, or maybe just because I heard you say it, maybe that would make the sneeze go away.
No.
Never know what the hell is going to happen in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, where were we? On the screen just a second ago while the news was playing, two things. One of them was the second of my AI reels. And
those are great, Ray.
Did you like the ones where the Tomorrow Girl, like a fairy?
Yes.
Did you see
Tomorrow
those?
Fairies.
Tomorrow Fairies, the Tomorrow Cops. I thought that was something else.
Tomorrow Cops.
Yeah, they had that.
Like
Tomorrow
that,
Lady
dude.
Cops, dude. I wonder what my
Women
props
in Blue
are going to be today. But anyway, so the other thing I put up was a poster from the Republican Party of Guam. Vote differently for a change. Vote differently for a change. There's two different meanings depending on how I say it, isn't it? Anyway, your 2024 Republican senatorial candidates, and there's 13 lovely individuals there, some with a lot more experience than others in the world of politics and policy, and then you got some new ones that want to take a shot at it. And so there it is, 13 incredible candidates. And you might be wondering, but wait a second, Ray, I thought there were 14 Republican candidates. There are 14. For
real?
Reasons beyond my comprehension, Joe.
No cap.
No cap. For reasons beyond my comprehension, for some reason, Tom Fisher, who has run and won as a Republican, he was in top 5 last time. Came in top 5 in the general election.
Me.
In the last time we did this, he came in top 5, and then in the primary election, he was second from the bottom. I wonder what has transpired now between him and voters, as well as other members of his own party. And he has been left out of this list. The question is it an act of omission or is it an act of commission? Did we do this on purpose Inquiring minds want to know. And I don't know what, it would not be the first time. It would not be the first time. Someone was recalling a few years ago that a similar ad was put out with all of the Republican candidates except Mary Torres.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, man.
Yeah.
That was a spicy time.
But I mean, you can put that one down to just internal politics of the Republican Party. You know, there's always been
personalities.
You know, even though Eddie and Felix have made up, I think on behalf of the Camachos and the Calvos, even though those two have made up, I think there's still some bad blood from among the Calvocrats in the political world and the Camachocrats in the political world, and I think some of that showed rather obviously going back a few years ago when this was taken. And I think I want to say it's different now because it's Fisher. I want to say it's different now because it's Fisher and all of the support that he's given to abortionists in certain legislative endeavors. I think there's that. I think there's when he came in with the Trump derangement syndrome shirt on. You know, on what you know, for all of us at Father Duenas, we used to have,
that was the final straw, Ray.
Bro, that was Island Print Day. that was like dress up day. You could come in,
man.
as long as you had the black pants, you could wear any shirt you wanted to. And they had a kind of an out of uniform day over at the legislature. And the guy walks in. What was it? It said Trump must die? No.
Oh, something close to that.
But anyways, Trump derangement
rude.
syndrome. So I think there was that.
It was rude.
Might be a couple of other things that, you know, have just managed to weigh heavily on the leadership of the Republican Party here on Guam to say, you know what, we're just not going to promote the guy. And so we got what we got right there is the 13 people that the Republican Party itself wants you to return to the legislature. Is there going to be room? I don't know. I have not yet had a chance to talk with guys that are in the research game. I might, if I get motivated, or not. I don't know. I might do something online, either on the Points website or maybe my own our social medias, and see if I can link up one of these Google forms. Totally unscientific. Because they're so easily manipulated and so easily people will be able to go in and do something. But it is possible I might go and find, you know, the first 500 people that can respond to this survey and then pull it out right away. Because, you know, you get any more than about, you know, 400 people or so. I mean, you're well within the realm of confidence on a survey. So just, you know, get like 400 to 500 respondents and then pull the thing out and see how accurately that may reflect the sentiments of the voters here on Guam, at least in terms of the legislature, because that's where the game is. Now, there's the other game, and I almost, except I run out of time this morning, I almost did the survey on the point to find out whether you think it's going to be Republican Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan retaining his seat, or will it be Ginger Cruz, who's going to be swiping the seat from under him so that she can represent Guam in the House of Representatives. Yeah. And I don't know if you saw it, but there was a thing on, it was Candid. Actually, it was in a couple of places where Ginger was just tearing into Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. Rip him up.
Yeah, because
that was going down.
She's like, you should have known. You should have been able to get in front of that thing with the rates going up with Fenna. You're the one in Washington, D.C. You should have seen that, picked up the phone. And like Jimmy's like, yeah, I didn't know that was happening until Miguel said something. And so now that I know, I've seen to it. You know, I've been working on getting other money coming in from all kinds of other sources related to the military buildup. Yeah, I'm sorry. So I can't.
That's why Jimmy needs that continuity.
Right. I can't see what's going on in an office somewhere at NAVFAC where they're talking about changing the price of water. I still and all don't know who made that decision. But there's that. But if I was Jimmy, I would have asked back at Ginger. I would have said, so when did you hear about it? Why didn't you do something about it? You got friends at Adelup. You're somebody in the Democratic Party. She's somebody enough that she was able to make the trip to the DNC. She represented Guam at the convention. She was among those that gave up the vote for Kamala. How come? Did she know about it? So there's going to be a back and forth. It's going to be a battle royale, and it will play out, I think, and I'm sure Dr. McNinch might agree, it will play out in a number of ads on the radio for one or the other. So as we get closer and closer, and I think end of next week is going to be the beginning of what will be the political advertising season. Starting, I think it's the 6th of September. So you will start to hear more political ads starting after that until the actual general election in 74 days. I mentioned Dr. Ron McNinch, and sure enough, there he is on the line, 9:15. Buenos and Alpha Day, Doc. How you doing?
Hey, Alpha Day, Ray. Alpha Day, Guam. Yeah, I think they're both definitely gonna have to charge up their ads and charge up their efforts. And it's interesting because there was a three-way split in the Democrats, and it's going to be interesting to track whether the Democrats are going to have sour grapes and align with Moylan simply because their candidate didn't make it at the primary.
So there was a little bit of a dust-up between Miguel and Jimmy over, God, I can't remember what it was, but one of those things. It was odd because Jimmy and Mikey actually get along, and I've been to meetings where there were some policy discussions, and it was surprising that the two of them were there together, along with some other people, other ranking members of the Republican Party. I thought it was kind of interesting. So that dust up was unusual. I have not heard anything, and there's no guarantee that Mikey would give up any of his voters or supporters to anybody. He did not sign any kind of unity pledge, and he's been rather quiet since the primary election. I have not heard from Amanda at all.
Yeah, I haven't either. And in fact, it's just very, very. There's a lot of contrast between Ginger and Jim, and so that's going to be fun to watch too. I hope we can have some debates. And let me say it again: candidates that don't debate are all a bunch of losers. So everybody loses when candidates don't debate, because that tells us what the candidates think, how they contrast with each other, and everything else. And so if they don't debate, then that's a very arrogant approach, unfortunately.
Well, I know that there'll be forums. It's I'm not making any kind of secret about it. I'm enjoying a great opportunity to have a relationship with the venerable, longtime media leaders here on Guam, and that is KUAM. We run news with them at 9:30 on this radio station and on the other two stations of choice broadcasting. They are carrying all 4 hours of the Ray Gibson Show in their lineup on TV 11 and soon to come on TV 8 as well. And there's going to come a time as soon as I'm done with the infrastructure of it at 6 o'clock at night. If you're stuck in traffic and want to know what's going on, you listen here, and you'll be able to hear the audio from KUAM News. So there's that. And the other great part of the relationship is it means I get to spend time talking with Destiny on stories that she's covering, and Nick Delgado on stories that they're covering. And when it comes time for forums and debates and the things like that, I can participate with them and be a part of the panel, if you will.
Yeah.
So I know it's going to happen.
So you guys should align with Troy, make a great Guam Society of Professional Journalists or something, to be blunt. I think that'll really reinvigorate our news. In fact, you and Troy and KUM have all done a great job on the news side, particularly the current news. That's the neat thing about radio, is you get the news almost immediately, unlike a lot of other sources. And so you can do breaking news, you can do things that other media can't. Also, there's this whole theater of the mind aspect to radio, where actually your audience is thinking along and arguing along with you as you're talking. And that's the whole interactive experience. That's why podcasts are so powerful, is that people get into a mental conversation with the people talking.
You know what? I'm in love with it. I believe it. It's something I wanted to start earlier in the year, and I've just been busy doing other things and trying to get other projects launched. But I have every stitch of equipment that I need to be able to produce a podcast from my house or the corner at Carabao or the back over at Moses or any number of places. It's extremely portable and extremely capable. I'll even be able to make and take telephone calls into the podcast. So I'm excited about doing that. And like I said, a couple couple of other projects I need to finish up with, and then I'll go ahead and launch into that. The similarities and differences between what I do here on the air in the 4 hours versus what I would do in a podcast. I will tell you what it will not be. It will not be frat party where everybody got to take 2 or 3 shots of something. I think it loses value when it comes down to a contest of a bunch of guys trying to outdo each other, dropping F-bombs.
Right. So
I think there's already enough of those in this town. So I'd like to see the process elevated just a little bit. Says the guy that spent the last 2 days making pictures of chicks in bikinis with his artificial intelligence.
Wow.
What?
You know,
it's a new hobby of mine. I signed up. I might have mentioned this to you. I signed up to get my check marks on Twitter, and along with the verification, you can also get access to Grock, which is their artificial intelligence. And Grock has done a couple of things. One of them, it's made it so that I can do a Grock-style newscast, and I still haven't done it yet. So maybe I'll do it after this phone call. But it also allows me to ask for certain images. And one of the images I was asking for this morning was show me a picture of Guam girls drinking coffee and listening to the radio. And I've got it. And it looks like they're right out, they're like at Turay with a little radio on the desk, and they're drinking coffee. And that one was like, oh, okay, that's fine. What else is there? So I pressed the refresh button, and it gave me a whole nother couple of pictures of hotties drinking coffee and listening to the radio. I love this stuff. I mean, and it's like
they're listening to us, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
There's a 93.3 Pika's Best, the point. So I can, it's just fun. And so that's my new hobby, and it's it'll come up with some guys every once in a while, but nobody cares about that. We all want to see these artificially generated girls.
Wow. And by the way, I signed up for Peterson Academy, and I went through their videos yesterday. It's incredible. He's going to revolutionize college education, higher education.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there's some neat things media-wise that are coming up and coming out. But I do hope that the candidates, particularly the delegate candidates, are going to debate more. I had an article yesterday in the PDN where I talked about and lose. The Republicans very well could take the majority this coming election. They've got a good shot at it. And it's definitely a 50-50 who's going to make it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you were listening before we started this conversation, one of the things that the Republicans have put out is the annual, the general election flyer on which Republicans to support. There are only 13 pictures on this, not 14. Tom Fisher. Sorry, buddy. Tom Fisher is not in this. There's no Tom Fisher picture. There's no Tom Fisher name. And I thought, well, maybe this is something that somebody made as a spoof, but it's actually got Ms. Cassill's name on it. What's that? Evelyn Cassill Treasure. And they're telling everybody to vote general election on November 5, and it only has 13 of 14 Republicans on it. So it's very, very clear that he is persona non grata when it comes to the Republican Party.
But that Fisher-FOIA fiasco has to be the most stupid thing I've ever seen a politician do.
I've spent 4 minutes talking about it today, and that was, I think, 4 minutes too long. We were going to get into it with Tello Taitagui, but the schedule got tight, so we never did. So that would have given me another 2 or 3 minutes of it, and I think that is already too much wasted time. And I'm offended. I am offended that they're using taxpayer money to support this idiotic FOIA lawsuit that they're going to be in. I'm not giving Tello a hard time for needing to defend herself, but why is any money being spent by one sitting senator in the Republican Party to sue another sitting senator in the Republican Party in the legislature? And why do the taxpayers have to pick up the nut? Why do we have to pick up that particular cost? Given everything else that the taxpayers around here are subjected to by this government, now we have to pay for them to have this pissing contest?
If Chris had any guts, he would have amended the standing rules and just created either an ethics process to review this and simply tell Fisher, don't you know you're in a legislature and you can't hand out stuff like that on a session floor while we're meeting? You can't be doing that kind of stuff, buddy. That's what should have happened. we shouldn't have had to spend a cent. It should have just been the legislature itself saying, time out, this is our house, knock it off, children, or whatever. I mean, that's what needed to be happening. There needed to be an adult in the legislature to say, hey, wait a minute, quit acting like kindergarten kids.
Well, and like I said, I'm not blaming Tello on this. I don't know what the nature of the investigation was or what the nature of the FOIA was. It seems to me that somebody has got some knives out for excessive government travel of one kind or another. And okay, well, I see what you're doing there, and maybe it's interesting to see what the travel patterns are with your colleagues. I agree with Chris Barnett on this. Why does not that extend to the governor's office? Why does not that extend to Adelup? If we're going to be asking about everybody, if we're going to be asking about any travel at the government's expense, then we ought to be asking everybody, and that includes Adelup.
All Fisher had to do was email the administrator of the legislature that FOIA request, and there would have been no issue. He could have done it at any time, even while they're in session. But you don't hand over papers to each other in session. That's a cardinal rule. It's in their standing rules. You don't do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah. My first clue, and I should have listened to my instincts at the time, was when I asked him about representing Ray Tenorio, and he continued to continue with the line of BS that came out after the Glock party, and I thought, well, that's interesting, but fidelity to the client, I suppose. But I don't know. The rest of everything I'm looking at right now, as I said, it sickens me to the tune of about $20,000. And $20,000 is not going to solve any of the problems in the government of Guam, but it might buy, some kids might be able to get them another laptop out there, might be able to buy a couple of, books for schools, maybe fix a couple of air conditioners. I don't know, but now it's getting wasted on this frivolous FOIA paper chase.
Incredible.
Yep.
And I got to tell you, Troy did some really nice work on this today. I really enjoyed his write-up of it. He's doing really good stories.
I'd rather that it had something to do with something meaningful. I'm not saying that he's picking winners and losers on this, but I think it's a ridiculous case. If anything, I'm glad that he wrote about it, so that maybe there could be some righteous indignation from among the voters in this town about where our money is going. It came literally out of our pockets, and it's being wasted
on narcissism and ego. This is based in Fisher's narcissism and his ego. I'm the big lawyer in town. Don't you know I'm in the legislature too? Look what I can do.
Yeah.
And that's what he's basically doing. He wants to be the big man. Fine. I'm glad Troy's talking about him because, somebody needs to talk about him because what he's doing or what he did was simply wrong. If I had a request like that for Teletidegui, I handed it to her. She said, I don't want to take it during session. I would have given it to her after session. Or I would have filed it with somebody. You get my point.
Yeah. Well, there was apparently a little bit of a scuffle. I'm sure that somebody else in the Fisher Drama Club put together the description to make it sound like Teletidegui, bullied her way through and knocked the guy down. And going, okay, well, whatever. I've been the recipient of communications from a particular lawyer who was trying to scare me, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, the guy on the radio, you cannot scare me. That doesn't scare me.
So scared.
I know. My lawyer can beat up your lawyer. How's that? Listen, 9:28 in the morning. It's always fun talking with you. I'm gonna break away. Before we get to KUAM news, I'm gonna read the Grock news. I'll talk to you soon, Doc.
Hey, have a great day. And let's remind those process servers, we do have stalking laws in this town. And they better watch out because some of that behavior is borderline.
9:28. You have a great day and a great weekend. There's new beer flavors over at Carabao, and your wife has got to let you come and have a couple of beers with me one of these days. So where am I supposed to go now? Is this a part where I make the announcement for the news?
I don't know. You want to do Grock first, or you want to do that on the way back?
Do I want to do Grock first?
It's up to you.
Let's do
your show.
let's do the real news from KUAM first, and then then we'll do the Grocky News. Joan Uggan Charfris.
Buenas Hofade Guam, I'm Jonagan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, August 23rd. A couple charged in connection to the deadly shooting of a man in Talafofo will go to trial separately. David Nkenko Jr. and Francis Cruz appeared before Judge John Terlahi in Superior Court. Defense was granted their request to sever the case. Nkenko also told the court he wanted to speak with the police detective, stating, quote, "I'm fighting for my life here. I'm doing my own defense too. I'm being thrown under the bus." The pair, who stand accused in the July killing of 48-year-old Joshua Tidewee, are scheduled to appear back in court on October 21st, with trial expected to begin early 2025. Meantime, Cruz also pled not guilty to separate theft-related charges before a magistrate judge. Up next, a drug convict was able to walk out of the Department of Corrections prison undetected, but he didn't get too far. 39-year-old Bernard Muña is charged with escape. Court documents state Muña was being held in the minimum security housing unit in Manilao when an officer noticed he was missing early Wednesday morning. He was part of a group that was preparing to go on work detail. A witness later told authorities they saw an inmate walk past the DOC Visitors Processing Center. Muña was found at a bus stop nearby. The prison's Special Operations Response Team was called to assist in taking Muña back into custody. No word if an internal affairs investigation into the escape has been launched. And finally, IT&E unveiled a rebrand of its long-standing corporate logo and slogan, now using the clever tagline, "Connections That Matter." The company is maintaining its dedication to residential wireless communications, expanded infrastructure service to southern Guam, 5G deployment, and cloud-based enterprise solutions. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. Also, make sure to follow, like, and subscribe KUM News on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. You can also watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local and start watching your favorite shows, movies, news, and KUAM TV8 today. For KUAM News, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a combat veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Get ready to soak up the sun and splash into fun at the Ultimate Wet and Wild Bikini Fest.
Saturday, September 21st, join us at the Beach Bar for a day of epic games, thrilling DJ beats, and unforgettable beach vibes.
Dive into our vendor booths and take part in the wildest water balloon fight and dance the day away with your toes in the sand.
It's fun, it's wild, and it's everything you've been waiting for.
Doors open at 4 p.m. Don't miss out on the biggest splash of the year.
For tickets and more info, visit Star 101 GU, The Dugout 671, or Stellstar Productions on Instagram.
Dive in and let's get wet and wild.
Yeah, by now you know that I'm insufferable where it comes to bragging low-key about my recent forays in the world of social media. One of the reasons why I decided to go and work even harder to get my verification is Real Joe and I were talking about different places where we need presence. We've got great presence in social media on Facebook, and then there's YouTube. There is ThePOINT.gu, Rumble.com. You might be watching on KUAM TV right now as you get close to your happy hour. But there is also an opportunity maybe to get some of this on X. X is going to be media in the next few years. I cannot think of another platform that is going to be as big as X, where people will turn to them naturally for news. I know I do. I get it. They've got my algorithm, and they see that I identify as some kind of a conservative beagle here. And for the most part, that's what I get served up. I also get, every once in a while, get some disturbing stuff out of what I consider the Hamas of the United States of America, which is the Democratic Party. And there are things in there that they talk about, and I just kind of put up with it so I can get as much balance as I can out of X. So there's the possibility. I'll figure out how I can get this feed up on the X network. But one of the other things that comes with that subscription is a thing called Grock. Grock is their AI generator, and I can use it to make all kinds of things. Pretty girls in bikinis at the beach. No, that's all I've been making, really. I'm sure there's other images that I can conjure up if I want to, but yeah, that hasn't been working for me. I'm just distracted by the artificial pretty faces and interesting bodies that they put together. Because I'm a boy. I'm a boy. Can I just settle? Everybody goes,
You're mixed.
This girls.
I like the mix.
But there's never any boys in the pictures.
Filipino American.
I'm a boy. That's why.
Japanese American.
So who's on the phone?
Dr. Sam Mabini.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I reached out to her, man.
You did?
I thought she might have some insight on that flyer with everybody but
the
Fisher.
Grock news next.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Grock news next. Let me find that flyer again. I had it there for a minute, and now put that up on the screen. Buenas noches, Dr. Mabini. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Guam.
Hey, you know what?
You have to forgive me, Ray. If I start yelling no, it's because my cat wants to chew the earbuds or.
Oh my God! My cat has just learned the cat thing. My cat has just learned the cat thing where it gets on the countertop and starts looking for things to knock off.
You know what the secret is, right? Lay down some foil when she's not looking or he's not looking, and just observe what happens when he or she decides to jump up. It'll deter them.
The foil?
Yep, just lay out some foil. Get some cheap foil. Don't get the expensive kind. And just lay it on the counter
so,
that they usually go on and watch.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I'll give that a shot. I'll give that a shot today. Anyway, so I was sent this. It's the flyer that the Republican Party always puts out. Talking about here's our 37 members, members of the party that want to go on to become members of the 38th Guam legislature. You've been on these different posters in the past. And this one here's only got 13 people on it. But by my count, there are 14 Republicans running for the 38th Guam legislature. And I noticed that it had everybody here in this picture has got hair. There's one guy in the Republican Party that's running that doesn't have any hair, and his picture and his name aren't on this. And so the simple question is, was this an act of omission or an act of commission? If it was an act of commission, not that you need to justify anything to me. I'm a Republican, and I know from my own personal views and just watching what's going on, observations at the legislature, that he has not always been good at carrying the GOP flag on many issues. So I get it. But it's interesting that the poster has been processed the way it was. What's the story there, Doc?
Well, it has been actually put out by the party, but the reason why we have the individuals that you see on this beautiful poster is that since February there was a change in the local bylaws, the party bylaws, that incumbent and candidates for public office. To show their leadership, they would be required to sign up and to register as a Republican, like I have, like my husband has. So all Republican candidates have officially joined, unfortunately, except Senator Tom Fisher. So he's technically not a member of the local party, but we do continue to ask him to join, and very hopeful he will join. And then you'd see his face on the poster.
So that's all it is. It's not any kind of judgment on his record over at the legislature.
No. It is because all of those individuals that you see, the 13 that we see, are all official
card-carrying members of God's own party, Guam's own party.
That is correct. Yes, the only party, the right party. That's correct.
Okay, all right. So now I know, and so if maybe Lloyd is listening over in his office and said, "Oh, that's the story," and then reaches out and goes find Evelyn Casil. Evelyn will give him an application, maybe a little bit of a field invoice, and then Tom can be in the next version of this.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I was wondering what that was all about. Okay, something as simple as that. Well, that'll be okay. So my challenge now.
Nothing sooner, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say my challenge now to Mr. Fisher is go ahead and get your Republican card and then challenge the status quo that way.
Yeah, why don't you take a photo of yours and send a copy to him and say this is what it looks like, and hope he gets his.
You know what? I don't actually have. I'm a declared Republican with the Guam Election Commission, but after all of these years, nobody's ever put an application in my hand.
Okay, we'll send somebody down right away.
It's just you can WhatsApp it, and I'll fill the thing out, and drop it off at the next opportunity. We're rolling into the last 74 or 5 days of the process here on Guam and in the States, watching the end of the Democratic National Convention. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like one of the debates that Kamala originally said she was going to participate in against Donald Trump is not going to be happening. But I hope down the road there are going to be debate opportunities between Kamala and Trump, and between Walz and Vance. And those make for good times over at the venue in the middle of the day.
Absolutely. I missed the last one, unfortunately. I was not on.
Oh, dude, it was
great.
It was
a great party.
It was a great party, and the best thing about it was the beginning of the end for Joe Biden. There was, we all sat back and were just going, you gotta be kidding. And then from there on, it was that one loose string in the deal, and you pull on that enough, and then all of a sudden the whole Biden presidency began to unravel. Questions about who was going to be taking over the party, and now it comes down to Kamala Harris. And then, of course, the big deal is going to be watching what happens with RFK tomorrow. Conventional wisdom speculation is that he is going to step down from the race. And is going to throw all of his support at the Trump-Vance campaign, and that will be somewhat substantial. He's got about 4 or 5% of the independents.
Right, and I've been following my husband and I. We look at the polls, and we're following. We're extremely confident, and I will tell you that after that, the debate that you mentioned, I believe it was the following one when he was with George. That really was that nail on the coffin. Did you watch that subsequent interview with George Stephanopoulos?
Oh, of course I did. Of course I did. I can't imagine what volume of what medications were given to be able to keep him lucid for most of that interview, and what they did to keep him upright when they did not throw to him at the Democratic National Convention until after midnight.
Yeah, what's interesting is I remember being interviewed while at the RNCs, immediately after he had, I believe he had announced that he had contracted COVID-19. And we were interviewed, Mel and I, and immediately I mentioned, we all are concerned about anybody who catches COVID-19, but especially the elderly. Like, cause my mom had dementia, and so we protect them well. But we honed in on the fact that that a person who's at that age, and especially who has some degree of dementia, that we should all be concerned. And I remember the reporter just looking at me. And Mel was even funnier when his response. Yeah. But it was a good experience. But no, we're very confident about our candidate there, and also our local candidates. And I'm hoping that, I am asking all our local voters to get out there, register to vote if they haven't, and get to the polls.
There's 65,000 registered voters. Everybody that's, it seems to me that it's almost universal, the number of voters, either by motor voter registration or individuals registering, or cute girls with registrations, getting people done at all these gatherings that they do. The youth that are out there, 65,000 registered voters on Guam is nothing to sneeze at. Getting them, activating them to vote is a completely different issue. And unfortunately, some of the infighting that's going on between Fisher and Tello, to the tune of about $20,000, I think makes it look like maybe something that people might not want to get involved in. So we're going to have to move very quickly into that statesmanship time of the electioneering and the campaigning. 9:43. I'm going to let you go. You have a great weekend. Hug and a kiss to Moose. All right. Bear.
Thank you. And remember, vote differently, vote for change.
Hug and a kiss to Moose Bear.
I can never remember.
It's Bear.
But
tell him we love him.
Vote for change. Hello.
Tell him he owes me a massage. I'll talk to you later.
Will do. Bye-bye.
All right, that's that. 888-8255-888-TALK. What's that? Where do I need to go? What the Grock news? I've been talking about this all morning. Can I do it now?
Let it rip.
All right, I'm going to let it rip now. Welcome to the Grock Newscast, broadcasting from the not-so-distant future of 2024, right here on The Point on Guam. Headline number 1, drug bust on a moped? In a twist that would make even the most seasoned detectives scratch their head, a woman was pulled over for riding a moped without a license plate. Turns out she wasn't just breaking traffic laws, she was also carrying drugs, because apparently if you're going to commit one crime, why not go for the combo deal? There's an interesting story about the airport here, and news that's sure to make the skies over Guam a bit more pleasant. A local contractor has been handed a $21 million contract to revamp the airport. This after last year's typhoon decided to play interior decorator with the island's infrastructure. Let's hope the new terminal comes with better weatherproofing. I'd be happy if we just put some carpet on the floor and fix the fence line. The Alice Gao saga continues. It's interesting that Grock put this in here. Alice Gao, the dismissed mayor of Banban Tarlac, has turned into a globetrotter, last spotted in Kuala Lumpur, then Singapore, and not returning home as planned. It's like when she's playing hide and seek with the law, and the law is still counting to 10. I need anybody any Pinoy in the audience now to explain to me why this was included. It's a story about the mayor of Bamban in Tarlac. Why is that? What's so interesting about that? The grandparents' school crisis rant. At a meal distribution event, a fed-up grandparent decided today was the day to let the world know about the school crisis. Their speech was so passionate, it could have been mistaken for a stand-up comedy routine if it weren't for the fact that education is no longer a laughing matter. Or is it? Thank you very much. Final thoughts. In a world where the news can be as wild as a typhoon hitting an airport, remember, life on Guam is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always an adventure. As usual, stay tuned, stay amused, and keep your mopeds legal and mayors local. Good night, Guam, from Grock.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Pika's best. 3 years running, going for 4. 93.3 The Point. You can sign up and get yourself into a voting position for Pika's Best at the Guam PDN's website. And as I like to do this, because I think it separates me a little bit from everybody else that's running for a different position or so. I like to treat this like it's an election campaign. And so in addition to asking for your vote, I feel like I need to make a promise. I feel like I need to give you, offer you a sense of an inspired future. And so I will offer you my empty promises. Even as Pika's Best guy, I may or may not be able to accomplish any of these. And as I was thinking about, I've got a whole list of them at the house. And I was looking over the list, and I honestly couldn't think of, I couldn't find one on the list that would be indicative of an inspired future, something that I think we should all want for all of us and ourselves. And it occurred to me as I was looking over my list that maybe I needed to start thinking about just taking a look at what we need now living on Guam in order to, I don't know, make things better for everybody. And if I had the power, if I was a representative, elected representative somewhere in Guam, I would actually look at some of my empty promises. I should actually look at some of my empty promises and say, no, this shouldn't be just for Pika's Best, man. This should be something for everybody. I think we should all aspire to get the schools open on time, every time. And there was, I don't know, did we have smarter people before? Is that what happened? We just have some smarter, more serious people before? Because I honestly don't remember a time where we did not pick out a day in August and say, that's the day where everybody's going back to school. Teachers go back to school. Janitor go back to school. Cafeteria lady goes back to school. All the nuns go back to school. All the kids line up over at Diana's and Mark's Walgreens and Family Shoe Store and go get yourself a new outfit. And then you go to Townhouse. Townhouse is open.
Yeah, hush puppies and Oxfords.
Exactly. And you get all of the things that you need. And I always, you know what, the guys that I was always jealous of in these back-to-school times was the guys that were like Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts, because there was another section over at Townhouse that's
for them.
That's where you went for your Boy Scout, Girl Scout, brownies uniform.
Badge.
I was never any of that stuff, so I was just kind of walk by there. You know that section in Donkey where they got those love cups?
Yeah.
You just kind of walk by there. That's not for me. Just kind of walking by there. Oh, you don't know about those? Look it up. Anyway. So there was a time where the entire community said, we're going back to school on August the 18th or whatever it was. And the buses were there always, picked up the kids. Mom and Dad did a car line. You got a lunch pail, and maybe Mom put a apple and a sandwich and something in your thermos.
Oh, yeah, that can of wrapped with tinfoil.
Dude.
Cold forever.
We didn't have hydro flasks back then. That was the hydro flask when we were growing up, is wrapping up the Coca-Cola. And man, if you show up with the Coca-Cola at school instead of, because you brought your own food, you were somebody. Yeah. You were somebody like
big shots.
Yeah, everybody, the girls would like you for a while.
We used to share drinks.
Yeah, cool kids would let you sit there. Oh, you got a Coke. How about that? But anyway, it worked like that back in the old days. And somewhere along the lines, we've gotten out of the habit of recognizing what needs to get done and getting the schools open on time. I get it. There was another wrinkle that was thrown into the mix 2 years ago that actually codified and made more stringent the language about public health and public safety and sanitary conditions in the school. And it was met immediately outside of the legislature and the governor's office. Well, maybe even a little bit of the governor's office. It was met immediately with almost denial. Well, how dare you do this? Do you know how long it'll take? Do you know what we have to go through to do our job? How dare you foist this responsibility on us? But they did, and it's the law. And if we're not going to have standards, then maybe what do we need a public health and social services for? We just, the place is clean, it's clean. If it's dirty, it's dirty. Make a complaint to somebody. But it's just an absolute wreck from everything that I'm hearing from a bunch of people, concerned teachers, concerned parents, concerned mayors. Pika's best mayor this morning. So that's my that's the basis of my empty promise for today. If I become Pika's best radio personality, my promise to the people of Guam, this entire community, not just for the children, for all of the community, because aren't we a better community when we've got smarter kids? Is that a fair thing to say? We've got smart kids that will be able to turn those smarts into college degrees, certifications for some great jobs that get great money. So instead of having 50,000 people lining up for food stamps, OMG. Oh, my God. And that reminds me. Sorry, I'd not gotten to a ton of stuff in my table of contents this morning. I spent too much time talking about fence lizards. And Donna's not here, so I can actually look at the thing. There apparently is a new lizard that snuck in,
and it bites
with some cars.
That's going to be great.
And it bites. And Chris Rosario says it's painful. Hey, how about that? How about that? There's something new to look forward to. But there's a story here, a magistrate report about people fighting over EBT cards. Yes, my dear people of Guam, that's what we have come down to, is getting into fist fights in the House over, is that the one? That's not the one. Hold on, that's not the one. No, that's not the one either. There was another story, and I hope I printed the thing out. I thought I got to all the magistrate reports. If not, I'll dig it out, about a fight in a House over the EBT cards. And I knew this was going to happen because I know how people can get. these EBT cards that are going to young people, students basically, because whatever, they were on vacation or there wasn't any school that week, and now everybody's got their EBT card, and now people are treating that like the money that it is, because you can buy foods with the EBT card, and then I think you can exchange food and favors for somebody going grocery shopping for you with their EBT card. And kids aren't stupid. They get the value behind all of this. And anyway, so there was a fight in the family. One guy was trying to get a hold of one of the other relatives' EBT cards, and they wouldn't have that, and a fight ensued. And, I think it was agate. Did that part need to be said?
No.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Okay, sorry about that. Just trying to keep it real, yo. Anyway, I'll dig the thing out. And that lines up with one of my other conventional wisdom Ray Gibson deals, which is those EBT cards shouldn't be given to kids because there's no life lesson that comes along with it. There's no uncle, father, older brother that says this is a gift from the taxpayers to make sure that you are fed and to make sure that this family can help make ends meet. It's not permanent. It's not meant to be permanent. But all of a sudden, you got kids. They've got these EBT cards that are magically filled with money. I didn't have to work for it. It just showed up. And now I'm in control of what I want to buy at the store. I can buy sugary drinks and delicious and not nutritious snacks, all kinds of salty food, all of that, and make myself just a little fat piggy with my EBT card.
Those pink snowballs, Ray.
Yeah.
With the marshmallow.
And then they're going to turn to be 18 years old. Then they're going to say, man, what do you mean I don't get an EBT card from school anymore?
Do that again.
How do I get that? How do I get that EBT card? Well, I mean, if you're not working, you got no other means of income or support, then you can go over to public health and they'll give you one. And that's how these things.
Don't disqualify
That's
yourself.
how we go from one to the other to the other.
Let them disqualify.
I get it. Let them disqualify you. Thank you. I cannot imagine the degree to which the people that raised me would be freaking the hell out right now with the idea that somebody else gave my kid money. I mean, it's not his birthday. It's not a $5 in the gift in the gift card for Roblox or anything like that. I mean, there's substantial money that's getting thrown in this thing. There was a once upon a time if somebody gave your kid any more than a few dollars, that was questionable. What are your motives? Why are you doing this? But when it's the government giving our kids these EBT cards, nobody seems to be asking any questions or taking a second look. And I think there should be a second look at this. What's that? In other news, sales of Mountain Dew and Blue Talkies has increased this week.
That's the news we needed, right?
As usual, Jose Martinez puts me in my place.
Darn it, Jose.
I'd like to encourage that habit. I was a child of Mountain Dew. I liked Coke. We had Coke in the refrigerator.
Nectar of the gods.
Pepsi was in the refrigerator, but my favorite always was Mountain Dew because it made the girls say, "Ooh, that looks like pee."
So
okay,
yellow.
there's that.
Yeah.
And back in the olden days, real Mountain Dew, you can find it now, I think, in one of the cans of the bottles. Back in those days, it was made with real cane sugar, which is why I drink it now. If I drink Mountain Dew, I drink it. I check the label to make sure there's cane sugar in it. I don't like high fructose corn syrup, and I try to keep that stuff out of my system. But that's the case. 9:57 and changed. Am I done with the commercials?
You're done with the commercials.
All right, so
We've got them all.
I just keep going. Okay, what's this? Is that? No, I think I got to everything. Yeah, that's it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
This is the first time, actually.
No. Well, I mean, there's always something. There's always something left over and hanging out.
It all.
It's just there's only like 2 more minutes left in the week here, my work week. And I don't want to tell you about Pika's Best again because I don't want to bore you with all of that. But looking to see if there's anything else here that I can use just in the short time that it takes to kill a couple of minutes on the radio. And I don't know. Grandparent fed up with school crisis. Just stop there. You don't have to say anything about where they might be fed up with. Oh, here it is. Here's a factoid for a did you know on the Ray Gibson Show. A study in the United Kingdom, UK has fallen, by the way, found that cows often have best friends. They're like people. when they're allowed to spend time together with their other cow best friends, their heart rates and other stress signals go down significantly. This is important now because we like to eat them.
Yeah.
So I'm just throwing this out here. Other research shows that dolphins, horses, and chimpanzees are among the members of the animal kingdom that form such relationships. So it is possible when you are looking at some animals to go, those guys always hang out together. They're like Ray and Andy. They're always together cooking something up. They're like Ray and Real Joe. There's always some kind of mischief that's going to be coming out from all of that. Hey, find out what the big mischief is Monday morning when we all get back together. In the meantime, for Real Joe and Donna D and Jerry Roberts, my name is Ray Gibson saying thank you so much. And maybe I will take a second. And Rico says, bull. Who's your BS buddy? Come on, Rico. It's got to be somebody besides me. Anyway, so you go to wherever it is in the PDN universe and get some votes in for not just me, not just the radio station, but all of our advertisers and all of our very good friends that give a blank about their relationships with their customers. That's what makes you peak his best. It's 10. Here's the news.
She'll introduce herself again. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The final night of the Democratic National Convention where Kamala Harris is set to accept the presidential nomination and lay out her plan for America. California Governor Gavin Newsom is seen as a Democratic rising star and had been on the short list of possible running mates. He was asked why he's not delivering a speech tonight.
I spoke on the floor. It's what I was asked to do, and I'm doing everything I'm being asked to do, and you'll see me plenty out on the campaign trail for both the president and with the vice president himself.
Some notable speakers tonight include former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who was shot and critically wounded in an assassination attempt in 2011. Her husband, Senator Mark Kelly, is also slated to speak. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren told delegates the country needs Harris because it's about their family and their future.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around.
And Warren said Donald Trump has no plans to lower costs for families, and she said he doesn't care, and the only